You
want
now
me to call
everybody
him? Yes.
I am sorry I'm late. I didn't realize that I was late, and we got to talking, and then somebody said something. Okay, I didn't think last time I looked at the clock it was 9:30. Sorry about that. Um, and I'm just going to say right now, anybody that wants to call in and has any kind of an opinion, you are welcome to come up. If you're not in Slack, you can email and you will get the number. And the only thing we ask is that you're civil and you don't curse or scream. That's all. Um, Apparently, a few people want to go and say that I'm not going to listen to somebody else's viewpoint. That's a lie. And I'm going to call that a lie because I'm willing to listen to anybody's viewpoint. Scooter and I asked people to come up the other night. Because I have a certain viewpoint, that doesn't mean we have to be enemies, okay? This is one case. If you're going to walk away from me because I don't agree with you on one case, it's a little bit, then I guess you really weren't my friend because I don't agree with my friends on everything. It's just the way it goes. I mean, but I don't throw my friends away because I don't agree with them on something. I am not going to hold it against anybody if Farm Wife thinks the absolute different way I do on this case. It's not going to make me hate Farm Wife or say, oh, I don't want to be anywhere near around Farm Wife because she doesn't feel exactly the same way that I do on that case. I have not felt like that. I have not said that to anybody. And I am tired of seeing people, and just a couple of people, I've jumped on the bandwagon, and they'd come from the hater channels. They come from the hater channels, and they say that, and they regurgitate those lies. So come on up, and you will see it is not true. And I will not banish anyone that doesn't feel the same way that I do about this case. But I do have a strong opinion about this case, but it's my opinion. And I ask you to respect my opinion as my opinion. Don't not be friends with me because it's not your opinion. That's one thing that we differ on. It doesn't mean, it's like, can you have a different opinion and still be like a person? I think so. I can. So I respect your opinion. You can respect mine. You want to come on up? Come on up. But please do. Anybody that wants to come up. My opinion is my opinion. It's what it is. It is strong. It is strong. I think it was a travesty today. I think it was greed unleashed today. Okay? I think after reading Beata's writings and the way she talked about Maya being the youngest person that has this, and the way she went in every time and said about it being life-threatening and a 50-50 chance of survival, and that she really put her daughter in a situation of a 50-50 chance of survival in Mexico and kept doing it, and that child was pumped full of drugs. I do believe John Hopkins helped that child. Did they do things wrong? Probably. Just like with any hospital situation, things are done wrong, maybe. But I think for the whole of it, they helped her. And I don't think that Maya would be where she is today had they not taken her off all of those drugs. So, hey, K-Rox, yeah, I don't know about that. I'm not even talking about that. But it's just, that's the way I feel. And if you don't feel that way, that's fine. If you feel the hospital did her dirty and the hospital caused Beata to kill herself and the hospital is the reason for all this and that they need, what was, I don't even know, $255 million to get over this, then okay. but you're welcome to call in. And that's what this show is for. It's for viewpoints on the verdict. Hi, Cato. But like a lot of people, they'll say, oh, didn't you see the documentary on Netflix? Well, that documentary on Netflix is completely biased on the family. Okay? And so if that's what people are using for their research, you know, it's not, it's skewed. And I think there are problems. I think there wasn't stuff that was introduced to that jury that should have been. And I think even the people that were not so totally on one side or the other said that they think that Hopkins is going to win in an appeal because the jury, and I have to go back and listen to it, the jury was biased, was angry at the defense about something, and when they polled the jurors, I don't know if anybody heard it because this is what I saw in the chat. They said, well, the defense was right about juror number 1. So I don't know what juror number 1 said when they polled them, and I meant to go back and listen. But whatever it was, the whole chat was saying that. And the people were saying they think it was an angry jury that wanted to send a message to the defense team of the hospital like something had happened. And you know what? The other thing is the lawyers are getting paid well on both sides. Okay? The spectacle that the family and the lawyers made afterwards, okay? The one lawyer was showing like something in the phone to Maya. They were laughing it up, yucking it up. And when they brought some witness in that was going to do something about the punitive damages, they were high-fiving in the hall before they came into the room. Of course, the lawyers are making out like bandits in this case. Even the lawyers for the defense, they're still going to get paid even though they lost. The jury that's sitting there awarding all of this money is getting, get this, if they're employed, they're not getting anything.
You're talking about the Maya
Yes,
stuff?
yeah.
I'd be
Yeah.
high-fiving too if I was getting $250 million.
Okay. So if they're employed, they're not getting anything. If they are not employed, they're getting $15 a day for 3 days, and beyond that, they're getting $30 a day.
Yeah. Yeah.
And these jurors are there from what? How long were they there today? How long has this trial been? How long have they had to not go to doctor's appointments? They had to put their lives on hold, not see their families, you know, all the stuff they couldn't do. They couldn't watch TV. They couldn't. For what? To be in this position and they don't even get paid. Jurors should be paid a heck of a lot more, especially for a case like this. But the displays that you saw, especially in the punitive damages, you saw Maya put her head down and her brother put her head down. And the two of them sat like that, heaving, until the judge was done announcing the punitive damages, when they both whipped their heads up and there was nothing. Their noses were not even running. When they first did it the first time, she kept grabbing tissues to wipe her nose. Neither one grabbed a tissue. They sat up, started to crack little smiles. The brother got a tissue later on just to wipe his nose a little bit. And they were all smiles. Jack was smiling. They were looking at something. I think the lawyer was telling her how much money she was getting in the phone. She was smiling at that jury. You know, I mean, it's wait.
Well, wouldn't you if they just made you a multi-millionaire?
Making so much noise. Okay, so
I'd be smiling at them.
Sure, right? But here's the thing. Now, so they say this is going to set a precedent. This is going to set a precedent for what? Because some people said, how is this? Beata took her life. How did that help Kyle? You know, Beata made this great sacrifice. So John Hopkins was in the wrong because Maya was being kept at the hospital and Beata had no choice but to end her life. What doors is that opening up?
Makes no sense to me. I still don't get it.
Okay, so now, anytime something happens, well, they, did this. I mean, somebody was here the other day and said that they temporarily lost their child or something with something. So if that happens and that person then goes home and ends their life, does that mean that the whole family is going to, but what about parents who have been through way worse than that and haven't ended their lives? It's the whole thing. That's Beata's choice. She ended her life. That wasn't the only choice she had. Now, in my opinion, it's not the only choice she had. She could have
Not at
continued to
all.
fight.
You did
It was
have
87 days. It wasn't, 12 years.
She could have followed the rules of what they asked and she would have gotten her back.
And when you read Beata's writings that she wrote in Maya's name as Maya, I'm sorry, that sounds like a person with Munchausen's by proxy. When you know it's the mother writing that. She was,
It does.
in my opinion, romanticizing the disease, the sickness, the chance of death. What about wanting her declared terminal and hospice? How do you reconcile that?
Please, guys, help us understand. I still don't
It's not
get
even a
it.
matter of understanding. Tell us why you feel the way you do. I tell us. What about, this is a precedent. This is just nuts. And you know what? You have two teenagers with an unbelievable access to an amount of money. And like I said in my post, money, how many times do people win the lottery and ruin their lives?
Exactly.
How many times? And it happens especially when it's people that are not used to having money get money. And that's why it could be just as isolating and alienating as having no money, because does that person really want to be their friend now, or are they looking for a handout? The women that will be after this man, okay, and what will that bring to the lives of Maya and Kyle? Also, for them, okay, I saw, was that her boyfriend with shorts and a shirt? Because she gave, looks could kill, she gave him a look. He was in front of the doors. I think that was the same guy she went to the homecoming with.
Oh, really? What do you mean you gave her a look?
She gave him a look.
That's what I mean. Why? What did it look like? What kind of a look?
Didn't look like a good look, I'll tell you. And he was in shorts and a shirt, and
What, it looked like she was mad at him or something?
oh yeah. And what's that? Who's going to be after who? Why is your friend really after you? And then, now your father has these women, and what are these women going to be like? And then they're going to try to get the money, and it's going to be a never-ending craziness. But then having teenagers have access to that kind of money, and they're not mature, and what is that going to lead to? So, yeah.
Oh, I totally agree, 100% that. I just have a bad feeling about it.
It's just overkill. And what are they going to do with that? Like, it was, you would say, okay, ideally, if it truly was that she felt she was wronged and all this stuff there, then you would think they would open some kind of a center, a hospital, something in their mother's name about this. Something like that, you would think. But what if they're just, is it just going to be blown all over the place? Who knows? But it's just will be interesting to see how money changes the whole family. Exactly. Money brings out people's true colors. Nothing does it better.
Oh, for sure.
Thanks, Judy. Hi, Peridot. There's pictures of
the chat.
her the past few weeks really rubbed me the wrong way. Yeah, me too, Peridot. But more than that, were Beata's writings really rubbed me the wrong way. And then what about? And I try to ask people that. What about when Maya said, "My life is a lie. I'm tired of living a lie." She told somebody that in the hospital.
I know. Why? It's like they overlooked everything.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Why won't you explain why she said that? Please explain how you can explain away Beata's writings. Wanting her terminal, wanting her to go through this stuff. Mm-hmm. What do you think would happen if Beata was still in the picture? This child would have been drugged up to who knows what. She may not even be here anymore.
Exactly. I don't think she would have been. I really don't.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I don't think she would be where she is now at all. I really don't. She came back from that ketamine stuff, and it wasn't a miracle cure at all. And in fact, if you look up about this syndrome, the number one thing is the exercises that she ended up doing, but the exercises are the things. It just seems like her mother pushed and pushed and pushed for this ketamine stuff.
Yes.
I hadn't heard those. Yeah, and they are bizarre, Paradoa, and there's a lot of them. There's a lot of them that they archived. And I think people are trying to get them because they are so disturbing.
Now, listen though, if this was such a horrible thing and they've been awarded all this money, punitive damages and whatnot, why wasn't this a criminal case? That's what I would like to know. Wouldn't you think this should be a criminal case?
Well, they say, the imprisonment, that's what they call it of her, imprisonment.
Justice was served, says Francis. So,
Hi, Jane Grill.
I just can't, I don't know, I knew they were going to get...
Call in.
I knew that. I knew they would get some money, I knew that. But I didn't think it was going to be where they won everything. I really didn't.
And then people were saying, well, what about people who, have had so much worse happen to them through the hospitals or through situations, and they have nothing. Mm-hmm. And then you have one case that's just like, it's so unbalanced.
Burden of proof is lower in civil court, said Mary. Wouldn't the doctors be held accountable? Hi, Peridot, thank you for that pin. I mean, keychain thing. I don't know if you ever saw the message or heard me say it on here. It was
I'll see if
spanking.
anybody's emailing in. You're welcome to come up. Anybody that wants to come up and talk. Okay, I
I
don't
just think the
see
way that
anyone.
father is, the way that the dad is and everything, it seems like this family is so emotionally.
And she pulled away from the father.
Did she
Oh
really?
yeah, she went towards the brother, and it seems
I
like
saw her.
Hmm?
I saw her like touch her dad's back like this when he announced some settlement for him, some award,
Oh yeah, good for you, Dad.
award, whatever you call it. Not reward. I can't even think right. Award.
Right.
Settlement maybe.
Yeah. I saw her go like this, pat her dad's back. Hi, Doors. Hi, Elle Woods. I'm driving, but I had to pull over to ask you if you've actually watched the whole trial. I watched almost 95% of it, 96 maybe even.
Okay,
Yeah.
now I will say, okay, here's somebody's comment on this. The cost of this jury's decision cannot be measured in dollars alone. Today's injustice is going to have a significant chilling effect on the reporting and investigation of child abuse concerns. Children are going to suffer and die as a direct consequence of the jury's verdict. Seriously, shame on them. The blood is on their hands. Okay, message to hospitals. Do not admit patients with mothers screaming at staff and demanding dangerous medical procedures. Show them the door. Somebody said the irony that most of these warrior moms see this as a huge win, but hospital insurance are going to make it worse for them. The self-destructive themes of this whole story is breathtaking. Okay, let's see.
Hi, One Eye.
Someone said agreed. And beyond this, I fear providers will be less likely to lean into complex presentations or situations where things don't seem to add up. Consequences of this can range from complex patients being passed over, sloppily assigned a diagnosis, or carelessly prescribed something so they move on to the next provider, to turning away from cases of medical child abuse because they aren't sure, or it's messy, or out of a fear of what repercussions they might face. How many cases will be clogging up the court system now this absurd precedent has been set? Maya will cartwheel home and become an influencer. It's absolutely sickening. What the hell were those jurors on? Sucked in by frauds. I just cannot. Okay, they say everyone is going to be able to choose their own diagnosis. And I'm reading every comment, just to use note on this, okay? Right. You won't even need to travel to Mexico anymore. It's true. If you didn't document it, it didn't happen, they tell us. Dozens and dozens of healthcare workers did document, and look what happened. Effing ridiculous. This verdict is upsetting me more than I thought it would. I hate that this family has been rewarded like this. Maya's a minor and was medically abused. She grew up with these awful role models. Her father is a shitey human being for allowing this outcome when he knew his wife was sick and hurting Maya. Another said, I think if Bata had lied, they couldn't have that charge. She told the truth, unlike others who went on the stand. Someone said, sad part is they don't care. Blood in their hands, they are set for life. But no money will bring their mom back. It's just going to make things worse for them, especially that kind of money. And for some reason, wouldn't surprise me if Jack, if he runs out of money, he will just sue again. And someone else said, yes, all this money will do is corrupt those teenagers more, turn Maya into an influencer, and no incentive for them to probe into the truth of the abuse that happened. Someone said, Maya may become an Instagram influencer, but she'll have the eyes of the world on her forever. She has to pretend to be sick for the rest of her life. Wherever she goes, she'll have people taking her photo to prove she's normal. Let's see. $230 million away from sick kids in that hospital. There are some really ill kids there, not like Maya, and now they are punished because of the jurors. Let's see here. Same thoughts I have said somewhere else where I cannot find my comment and don't know how it went over, but this shows that we treat doctors and nurses who are understaffed, underpaid, super exhausted, and constantly questioned in a very bad light. We are now showing that we treat them like we treat teachers who are in the same position. They cannot do right no matter which way they turn their head. The family is privileged and they were rewarded for nothing. She was in pain. Yes, maybe. I guess so. But have they seen true agony? Have they watched a family with a true terminally ill child die? Have they held a mother that lost a child? Have they seen a normally average and healthy child get into a car accident and have their spine severed to where they will be in a wheelchair with a tube for the rest of their life? A typical healthy child that really will never get up and walk again? Have they seen what pain is for a child to go through chemotherapy and to truly suffer for months and months and months to only end up dying? I have to all of these. My answer to my own question is that I don't think so. I know, right, I find Maya exceptionally self-centered. For sure, I think they are out of touch with reality. It's unfortunate that they did not go through with the therapy over all these years. That's what they said, and I've got to find this out, that he stopped the therapy.
Jack did?
Yeah, that's what but I want to verify that. Someone said it looks like about 300 to 400 million will be given to that grifter Jack. Someone said karma always comes around, and if Maya is lying, it will be knocking at her door loudly. I am honestly at a loss for words. The one thing that continues to resonate in my mind is that the victims of the HEART program who either died or wound up permanently disabled as a young child got a fraction of this payout. All that I've learned through this is that the world is truly unjust. Healthcare continues to receive daily beatdowns, and the jurors are even more dense than I thought possible.
I agree with that.
Yeah, I can't even begin to think about the downstream impact and what that could look like, but I guarantee institutions are paying attention. All we can hope for now is a strong appellate case, and perhaps Netflix should consider making another documentary called Protecting Maya, which shows the other side of this story. Such a sad day. Another one said, great idea. This trial would make a great movie, especially if they win this time. Let's see here. These people are getting the largest payout from a hospital in the United States history because of shite like the commode not being right next to the bed. It's absolutely valid for nurses to be concerned, and I really wish people who don't know what they're talking about would stop speaking with so much uninformed confidence. Okay, let's see. On another thread, it's all about how it's a win for people with chronic illness and pain because Maya has been believed. And someone commented that she and all her friends with chronic illnesses have tried to unalive themselves many times. I have a chronic illness and pain, and I've never tried to do that. Talk about drama and making it all about them. Someone said, I saw that too, and as someone who also has chronic pain with an organic source, cancer treatment, I found it troubling. Multiple suicide attempts speak to unmanaged psychiatric issues, as does needing a 200 million verdict to feel that your pain is valid. I thought that very worrisome. There are millions of people living with chronic illness and often unmanaged pain who are living good lives, and I speak as someone who spends most of that life in one room. I don't need a court case to validate my purpose or my quality of life. There's a whole culture that goes on with some chronically ill people. They band together and they play the suffering Olympics. I have no desire to be a part of that. Okay, and here's one. Y'all are dumb. I have a friend that suffers from CRPS, and it's very, very real, and Maya and her symptoms go hand in hand, and it's disgusting to say that they shouldn't have won this case. Someone said, who says CRPS isn't real? I don't think anyone here made that claim. Curious, do you think medical child abuse is real? Another one said, the hospital was in a no-win situation from the moment the Kowalskis walked into that ER. They rightfully reported the suspected medical abuse of a child. This led a family court judge to issue an order making them responsible for housing, treating and caring for Maya. Their alleged actions in treating and caring for her are what caused this lawsuit and verdict. But if the hospital did what Bata wanted, they would have not only put Maya's life in jeopardy, but also jeopardized their licenses and reputation. If they didn't report the suspected abuse, they'd been in violation of their duty as mandated reporters. I don't know if they can even refuse to treat a patient, but if they decline to treat Maya due to Beata's unreasonable demands, I could see the Kowalskis suing them for that. The hospital was screwed one way or another the moment they got involved with this family. So let's see if anybody else wants to
Why
call
don't
in.
you come up? I think Al Woods maybe has.
Well, if you want to come up, because you have to call in and talk to us, because it's too hard
I'm not
to
sure.
go
I'm
through this
thinking-
with a text. And I don't
think-
see anybody calling for the number. I mean, writing in for the number.
We want people that understand where the jury's coming from.
Mm-hmm.
Or at least I do, because I want to understand. What am I not getting? I don't see what they did that was wrong. What if Maya would have died while, what if they sent Maya home that day with her mom, and then her mom loads her up with ketamine and Maya died? What would they say then about the hospital? Well, you let her leave, and you knew the mother wanted her to have all that ketamine. Do you know what I mean?
Okay, so here's a statement from defense lawyer Howard Hunter and his firm. We thank the jury for their time and attention during this trial and intend to pursue an appeal based on clear and prejudicial errors throughout the trial and deliberate conduct by the plaintiff's counsel that misled the jury. The evidence clearly showed that Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital followed Florida's mandatory reporting law in reporting suspected child abuse, and when those suspicions were confirmed by the district court, fully complied with the Department of Children and Family Services and court orders. We are determined to defend the vitally important obligation of mandated reporters to report suspected child abuse and protect the smallest and most vulnerable among us. The facts and the law remain on our side, and we will continue to defend the life-saving and compassionate care provided to Maya Kowalski by the physicians, nurses, and staff of Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, and the responsibility of all mandated reporters in Florida to speak up if they suspect child abuse. And let's see.
If
Carolyn?
you want to come
Yeah.
up, Al, you send an email to Caroline.
Carolyn?
Right there.
Yes, Al?
Oh, can I say something?
Yeah.
Okay, I think maybe, I don't agree with it. I don't think she should have gotten all that money. I think that it was ludicrous. But maybe a reason for the jury to decide to give it to her was because a lot of people like to stick it to the big guy. Like, they like to see, like, the little guy win, and they like to take money from big corporations, which I think is a sin, because I think that Johns Hopkins is a wonderful hospital and they help a lot of people. But maybe people just like to see that happen to people that have a lot of money, or corporations that have a lot of money, and they feel the corporation can do anything they want. Even though Johns Hopkins didn't do anything wrong, maybe they feel like, oh, well, they could have done this differently, or they could have done that differently, or they made the mother kill herself. They're trying to pin all this on them. That could be a reason.
Mm-hmm.
It seemed like it was a lot of the reason with a bunch of the chatters during the trial. It's like they wanted to stick it, stick
Right.
it to the hand.
Stick it to the big guy.
Mm-hmm.
Let the little guy win.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see here.
Hi, Happy Annie.
Let's
Happy
see.
Annie says they believed Maya. Yes, obviously.
Plaintiff said after verdict that the outcome was vindication that Bata was right all along. I guess even they didn't know what the foundation of the claims were about. Somebody said, oh, FFS, they're telling on themselves. This is not about Munchausen's by proxy, after screaming that's what this was about all along, and then saying it afterwards as well. I think defense said the plaintiff said Munchausen's by proxy 64 times in the trial, and at that point the trial was not even over. Plaintiffs put it in their opening. So right that DCF had to shelter her child, was looking into criminal charges, and even Judge Carroll ruled the hospital was right to report her for suspected medical child abuse. So right. Kind of think Anderson tried to slip something into the jury instructions that Maya was going to do something with the money. Because the defense read whatever it was Anderson wanted, and the defense and Carroll said basically, no, the truth is it goes to Ms. Kowalski. Anderson was trying to say that it was just more money going, was trying to stop them from thinking that it was more money going towards Maya. Right, because he's getting a cut of it. Anything she's getting, he's getting a good chunk of it.
Oh, they get a lot of chunks.
33 and a third.
Hmm?
The lawyer's going to get 33.3%.
Wow, what? I'm not surprised.
All over social media today and every day of this trial, I've seen people saying the hospital needs to pay for what it did to Maya, how it treated Maya, and to learn to never do this again to another person. The actual charges were very specific. How the hospital treated Maya has to include what the dependency court demanded. Otherwise, it's not letting her out when she's anesthetized, putting her in a monitoring room and taking pictures of her skin. That's basically how the hospital treated Maya. Judge Carroll waited until way too long into the trial to give the dates of the various dependency actions, and I believe he was way too passive about it. Very good point about how long he waited to clearly share the timeline. That stood out to me. Apparently, Judge Carroll has a 98% rate of his cars being upheld by the appellate court. I'm scared, you all. I don't know that means something else. Okay, really, are people saying that? People are full of shite. I guess this case will make it 3%. Okay, let's see. I don't know how you throw something like apparent agency to a lay jury and expect them to come up with some genius legal conclusion. And the EEG room even going to the jury baffles me. Perfect statement. Go all out on appeals. This is not just about the Kowalskis. It's about abused children and mandated reporting, especially given the historic awards, and that, if it's allowed to stand, set a new precedent with far-reaching effects. Well said. Greatly appreciate the emphasis on the importance of mandated reporting laws in keeping kids safe. Those laws are what kept Maya safe too, whether she understands that or not. Though they probably should have made the first sentence 2 sentences, thanked the jury for their time and ended that sentence, and then spoke about the appeal. Go get 'em, guys. I still believe this case will be overturned on appeal, and F Netflix, canceled. I got the sense that the judge was treating the defense like they were misleading, but the plaintiffs would literally mislead, and that was okay. I did feel that judge
I
was...
did too. I did feel that way.
I did.
I did.
Mm-hmm.
I kept telling myself, he's fair, he's being fair, he's being fair. But then things like that I would see and I'd be like, what? Okay. I just sometimes don't get our world anymore, our country. I feel bad for all the doctors and nurses and that tried their best in that situation. Because I believe that they did.
Okay, someone said, I feel sad. and just super shocked at this outcome. I knew the jury would award them money, but this amount is just unbelievable to me.
Yes.
As a healthcare worker, it makes me feel sad. It doesn't matter how much you want to help people. They can just F you over like that. I'm talking both the family and our fellow peers in the jury. What on earth is wrong with them? What's the point of anything? Today is a day I've seriously questioned this career choice. And someone said, I get being hurt and it feeling personal. I'm struggling with this too. I'm also trying to relate just a little to the chronic pain folks that feel the same personal connection. It's hard. I believe in what they struggle with. I don't believe this case illustrates it. Someone said, I've really tried to understand the chronic pain supporters with this case. I truly am an empathetic person, and I hate seeing people suffer. I just don't understand how they cannot see this case for what it is, a farce. If I was suffering with pain like those supporters, I would be offended as F by this family. They are taking the limelight and making a mockery of people who truly suffer. I don't think the chronic pain folk understand the actual repercussions from this. This case literally takes away from their plight. They think it'll make them be taken more seriously, but I think it'll be the opposite. I can't help but have it cross my mind that if this family can go ahead with such bullshit, are these other patients the same? I don't want to have thoughts like that. That's why it's so important to separate yourself from this case. Maya's experience is not reflective of your own poor experiences. The Kowalskis will leave a lasting impression on healthcare workers for a long time, and it's not a positive one. Someone said, I'm going crazy. Thank you for this. I'm not sure why this outcome has me so bothered, but it does. Anderson used a playbook from Trump and it paid off. China, witch hunt, fake news, bad Hillary, bad Biden, Kathy Beatty, feces, they don't get it. Stripped naked. White older man shouts nonsense with passion and it takes over logic. No shame. What precedent it will set in healthcare and lawsuits. No critical thinking from the jury. Emotion and personal bias over logic and humanity. Their entire side, minus Kyle, are such obvious grifters to me. It bothers me. The seeming majority don't see it. And don't even get me started on the amount or go to my comments. Anyway, grateful for a place to vent and feel sane. Okay, let's see. Although paid exists, the reason why, okay, nautical context when it means to pay, I don't know what somebody's correcting somebody's thing. I wanted to say this, and I think I finally will. Nothing works as good as white woman tears. In this case, it's a cute blonde teenager with a privileged background. I'm a white woman with an Eastern European background. I think it's because the plaintiffs went first. They put Chopra up there and the jurors took his word over everyone's. I think if the Crane would have gone up first, they would have believed him. Basically, they're stupid and they would have taken whoever they heard first as truth. They were still clinging on to the CRPS despite dozens of doctors testifying she likely didn't have it. Effing wild. Exactly. Let's see here. This case restored my faith in reason and society, still having the ability to see past the pretty white woman fake sob story to see facts. This case shattered that faith. Let's see.
Hi, Billy boy. I got to be. I'm happy,
Amber
Andy.
Heard. I am sad too. The vast majority of healthcare workers are trying to help people. I think the jury was probably not the brightest and they were manipulated. They don't have critical thinking skills. Even presented with such clear evidence and perfect closing testimony by the defense, they still came to this conclusion. Nothing was changing their minds. Conspiracy theorists who clung to a theory. Okay, as a healthcare worker, it's deeply saddening to myself as well. I'm a physical therapist assistant and I am a deeply caring person. I have hugged and cried with patients in an outpatient setting. I've been told deep fears and been privy to pain of people that have told me I am the only person they have to talk to or get support from. I've cheered people on who haven't walked in months. I've comforted people who may never walk again without assistance. I've spent my own time and money on patients because I care about them. I've received gifts, I've given gifts. I've engaged with the same 3 stories a dementia patient has to tell me every week for months with enthusiasm and interest. I've racked my brain for new games and ideas to engage children and the elderly in their physical therapy to make it fun and meaningful. I've also complained about some patients, dreaded certain patients, tiptoed on eggshells with certain patients, and taken excessive documentation with certain patients in fear of their litigious nature. There have been other times I've pulled forward parts from prior notes and documented less carefully than I'd want, due to time demands and human error. I've struggled to make judgment calls, and I've worried if I've done the right thing or the best thing sometimes. The amount awarded, especially in the absence of evidence and especially in the absence of egregiousness or intent, it is very sad. It feels like a middle finger to the healthcare workers all over. It gives me great pause to work so directly with people in these moments because, well, I sort of would think to myself, you never know if litigation will happen to you. But I also need to be real. The red flags for litigious people are usually very obvious. In physical therapy, because some people really do treat their sessions like mental health therapy and unload a lot. If they were a quiet litigious person, that would be a shock to me. I am almost certain I would have felt the energy of the Kowalskis in therapy and sensed that there is a lot of external blaming and demonizing of doctors and hospitals and outlandish claims. Also, a few patients would speak of their past litigations like indirect warnings to listen to them and don't push back. But Susie, I am not going to, nor can I justify as a physical therapist assistant giving you a Swedish massage like you're demanding and billing your insurance. Okay, someone said also, I've heard a few comments as far as the energy in the courtroom, something that none of the YouTube watchers can get a feel of. Notice the energy and the smile on Maya's face when the jury entered the room. Okay, what else did they say? Of course they were smiling. Duper's effing delight. They fooled them all. Okay, Hospital SW here, also feeling it. However, this trial was so messy that I'm hoping the damage can be undone in appeal. All I know for sure is I will continue to fulfill my obligation as a mandated reporter without hesitation, grateful as ever to not be anywhere near Florida. Not in healthcare, but I'm wondering if you were in Florida, would you do anything differently going forward to protect yourself, such as increased documentation or additional processes? Simple. If a parent demands medical treatment, show them the door. It's not worth it. Maybe they'll buy some of the hospital and rename it the Bata Kowalski Memorial Hospital. That was a great suggestion from Facebook. If it helps, I had a nurse once that came into my hospital room on one of the worst nights of my life. She comforted me and stroked my hair. This was nearly 30 years ago, and I still remember her. Her name was Pearl. There is still good in this world, and many who recognize and appreciate it. Okay, let's see. For the rest of her life, Maya will have to pretend she has CRPS, and she will be defended by the CRPS warriors because you can have good days and bad days. No one knew who she was. Going forward, they will. If they see photos of her hanging out, having fun like a teenager, it'll be straight on the news. See. She'll crack under the pressure and pull a Britney if Jack doesn't put her in a conservatorship soon. I feel very sad and angry, and I'm not in healthcare. I can't imagine how it must be for those in healthcare and in Florida healthcare especially. Sending support. I'm just going to sit tight, wait for appeals, and protect my sanity by not consuming any of the vomit-worthy, gloating interviews and TV appearances of the plaintiffs. I'll hold out hope that sooner or later truth triumphs and liars don't get the last laugh. Okay, now I'll check again if anybody else has emailed, because I'm still waiting for anybody that wants to come on up.
I just hope nothing bad ends up happening to them.
Okay, so far nobody has emailed to call in. I just want to make that known. And I am willing to have anyone here. There's only 2 rules. Be civil, don't swear, and don't start screaming. 3 rules.
Carolyn, may I ask a question?
Mm-hmm.
On that appeal, what do you think the chances are that they will reverse it?
Oh, I don't know what I don't know. We'll have to see what happens. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't have a chance thing yet. I'm just glad I can't be picked as a juror and sit through that crap for $30 a day. L Woods, I don't have any email from you.
You want me to send you an email?
Is your name L Woods? I don't have your email, L. You would like me to share my screen? I don't have your email. Did you
Me,
send
L?
it? No, not you, L.
Huh.
Did you send it to .com instead of .org? Because I don't have it. I do not have it. I'm not a liar and I don't have it. You need to take my address and copy it. A lot of people say they do that and they type it in themselves and there's a letter missing. So I'm going to put it down here and I'm going to ask you to please copy it and email me exactly. See, I must just send it to that address right there. And I'll look for it because it's not there. Nope.
Get one?
Nope.
Oh, it'd be too soon.
Nope, and I'm even checking spam, and it's not in spam. My last spam mail was 8:43 p.m., and it was from Gouge. Hello, my friend. That was my last spam mail. And my last inbox mail is from Poshmark. So, and after that, it's from somebody that's not you. And after that, it's from somebody that's not you. After that, it's from Zoom. After that, it's from a news source. After that, it's from an old friend. I don't have you here. Nope. Still nothing. I'm refreshing. Oh. So let me know when you've sent something through because I have nothing. Are you sure my pants are not on fire? Oh, why? Oh, because no, I'm not lying. Oh, you got it? You're going now. Okay. Oh, I thought she said it said you have mine. Well, then she's
She's never been on a panel
Oh, it
before.
said, no, you have my email. Okay, then I read it wrong because I thought she said, no, I'm wrong, you have my email. That's why I don't like to do with text. That's why I say if you want to talk about this case, call in. Because I can't take doing text.
She said she's going to now.
No, I know, but they're asking me about something she said before.
Now, she's never been on a panel before, so
Okay. We don't bite.
we have to treat her with kid gloves.
Elwood's just, oh, okay. All right, and in the meantime, I'll tell you who I see. I see Eliza Ward. I see Nightbot. I see Kevin Leonard. I see Two Scooter. I see Elle, Sharon, Margot. I see Janae ready to fall asleep. I see. I see you too. Okay. Let's see. Maybe that little ding is her. All right, let me see. I think I just got a ding. Oh, I did. Okay. Let me get the number. Okay. All right, I'm sending it back to you. Wonder if I should heat up my coffee.
You should get what?
If I should heat up my coffee.
Oh, go for it. Elle Wood said she wants that mirror.
Oh, my magic mirror? Yeah. Elle Woods, that name sounds so familiar, and it's not because of Elle.
I know, it does sound familiar to me too.
It's from Legally Blonde. Her name was Elle Woods.
Oh, Elle Woods. Okay.
Yes. That's right.
So maybe maybe I've got to pull over here when we just to make sure
Yes.
that this is a real
Yeah.
person. So when the doorbell rings, don't let me let them in. So I can
Okay.
make sure they're wearing clothing.
Clothing is not optional, guys.
You have the information. You've got to click the link and come on in. Click the link and come on in. Hi, Peridot. What were you wondering?
Elle, did you see the Brian thing today?
Oh, it's Han. You're not fully dressed.
No, I didn't. What?
It's my
Oh,
magic
he's
mirror
gonna be
from
released.
Romper Room.
He's getting out on bail.
Who is?
What?
Yep,
No.
yep.
Shut
They
the
don't have
front
to
door.
hold it.
I missed
I don't
what you
believe
said.
you.
You said Koberger?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you didn't see that, Al?
No.
They're going to get him an ankle monitor because they said it was unconstitutional to hold him in the basement of that jail for so long since the trial's delayed.
Are you kidding me?
He's going to have an ankle monitor.
You believe that, Al?
After what he did to those
He has
children?
to stay in an apartment
Listen.
across from the jail, but he'll have an ankle monitor.
Considered
I'm
innocent so
livid.
far.
I'm livid. I'm just livid. Oh my goodness.
He's gonna be sent back to New Jersey by his parents.
I'm just showing
Gonzalez must be
everyone.
crazy.
And didn't they say, Carolyn, something about North Carolina where his aunt and uncle live?
No.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
No way.
yeah. When his
I'm
parents
moving.
go somewhere, his parents are going to Europe
I'm moving.
and they can't watch him, so he will be staying in North Carolina.
No.
Yeah, with an ankle monitor.
No way.
Ankle
don't
monitor,
believe
they
you.
know when they leave anywhere, they get an alert.
I don't believe you.
They know. They can
I don't
watch you with
believe
an
the
ankle
North Car-
monitor.
I don't believe the North Carolina part.
She went too
Oh,
far. She went too
They're
far
trying
with
to
that.
s- They're trying to scare me. Let me see this. Excuse me one moment.
Okay. I was just, yes, that thing. It's my magic mirror, Peridot. Remember? Maybe you're too young to remember the magic mirror in Romper Room. I have the new version. It doesn't have a stick. I can hold it like it is and see you. Hi, I see you, Peridot. I see you.
Wait a minute.
I see Woods. Yes, your email. In my email to a link. Yeah, your email. I sent you back or replied back.
Hi, K-Rocks.
I see you, K-Rocks. And Roxy? Rory.
No, there's nothing there.
There's
Nada.
nothing there?
No.
Okay.
Gee whiz, guys.
Well,
Trying to give me a heart attack?
you're probably not really publicizing it that much.
I think
Give
that
me
was
a heart attack?
that was Scooter's inside information. She's got an informant.
You're trying to give me a heart attack.
I see you too, Jane.
I know somebody else. I know somebody.
No.
Okay. Yeah.
No.
You have to open your email, L. Woods. Legally blonde.
L Woods. This is hilarious.
Miss Ginny?
You're not,
I thought it was Mary Ann, wasn't? What
you're
was
not confused I yet.
I think it was Miss Mary Ann.
Mary Ann.
Who was the romper room teacher?
Oh, who was that?
Remember there was one that had a baby with thalidomide? Or
But
something?
what?
Yeah, there was a
that.
whole movie about that, about thalidomide. I learned about that. I didn't know about it when it was going on, but right, who remembers that? A romper room teacher or something had an abortion because she was going to have a baby with the. I gotta get this. Hold on a minute. Don't let them in.
What?
Miss Nancy was the romper room teacher.
My mother had a thalidomide baby.
Did she really?
Oh my gosh,
She
really?
did.
Oh wow.
She lived for
Oh.
over a week, I think.
How come we got this on two
Aw.
screens? I don't get this. How is this going on two screens? Hold on a minute. I gotta fix something.
Carolyn, Miss Nancy was the romper room teacher.
Yeah.
Miss Nancy.
Okay. Our new
I-
caller. I'm trying to let you in, but I have to make sure that you're dressed. Okay. And the reason I'm trying to do that, I have to get this other screen over here gone. So I need a second to figure out what to put over there. So hang on. I'm going to try to put a cookbook over there.
Yeah, it's thalidomide.
Okay.
TH.
And then I'm going to try to let in our person. Hang on. I'm letting you in.
I know I should have gone. For
Yeah.
morning.
Osmia.
Okay, I've let you in. Okay, you're a real person and you're wearing clothing. Okay, very good. All right, hang on. Sorry.
We don't have your audio yet.
Oh, do you want me to? Do you want us to change your name? You can change your name. Do you want us to change your name?
That is my changed name.
No. Do you see the name? Take a look.
I don't know how.
I
Is
can
it
change.
Christine?
Yeah, it does. Do you care?
Yeah, probably.
I'll change it. I'll change it for you. Hold on. Okay. I'll change it to your YouTube name. Hold on.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Hang on. Okay.
I applied to a job with that name and didn't even know that was there.
Oh my goodness. Okay. There you go. Now you have your YouTube name. Hi. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. How are you? Is that your
Me?
bed? Yeah. Good. Yeah. Hi. I think you have. I'm looking because I thought you had the same bed I have, kind of. Is that your bed?
Yeah,
Is it king
I
size?
didn't have, yeah,
Yeah. I have king size.
that's my princess bed.
I have it. It's a canopy bed, right?
Yeah,
I have it too. Yeah. Mine's Ethan
my
Allen.
my friend is in here. I called her and said I'm going live for the first time in my life.
Oh hi.
She
Hi
gave
friend.
a chat. I don't know what her chat name is.
Oh hi,
But-
hi, Elle's friend. Elle, Elle, not you, Elle Wood. Hi, we're okay.
Hi.
We're not bad people. We're not. I just have an opinion, and you can have an opinion that's different. It's okay.
Did someone
I
say
think, you know
L?
what? I pulled
No, I'm
over.
Debbie. I'm
Oh,
Debbie.
hi, Elle.
No, I'm
Debbie.
Debbie.
Debbie. Please forgive me.
Nice to meet you, Elle.
Nice to meet you too.
Oh my goodness. What are you in the north, or where are you in the U.S.? Somewhere.
I'm in Oregon.
Oh, oh, okay,
Yeah, I'm Portland, Oregon.
okay.
And I actually am a mandatory reporter. I'm a drug and alcohol counselor. And I love, love, love true crime. And I love these law tuber lawyers, the law tuber lawyers.
Oh, yes, okay.
So I come a lot, I have zero legal knowledge. I'm I've been a true crimer in trials for my whole life.
Right.
So all I have is an opinion. I don't have anything solid. I just felt the need because I felt there was just a hole, in my opinion. I'm not as nervous as I thought I'd be.
Oh,
But
don't be nervous. Yeah, we don't bite.
I knew you didn't. It felt so one-sided in like the addictive. So it was kind of like, no, it's not like that. So,
Mhm. Yeah, yeah,
but it is like we all have our opinions, and
Yeah.
it just seemed kind of harsh because this thing is way, way bigger than mine now,
Right.
especially after punitive damages. And what I wanted to speak to is the mandatory reporter portion.
okay.
Because I am, and in my opinion, it is my duty to do so. And in this case, it was handled, if I was that person, if I had been the mandatory reporter to call CPS on this situation,
Mm-hmm.
that would be my job. The way
Right.
that it was handled after that is not me anymore. I did my duty, my civic duty, what I have agreed, what I have to do legally. So that's where my challenge is because I saw that today. I watched a lot of after, once the jury read the first verdict and then the whole punitive thing. I mean, I followed trials, these guys I've been following since the Johnny Depp,
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Amber Heard. So I didn't even know this whole.
Well, you know what
series.
happened? I will tell you something, okay? Because we've been here a long time, and we've been on these trials. And these trials, right, Scooter? Before Johnny Depp, you were lucky to find 1,000 people watching a trial. Johnny Depp, oh my gosh, that case.
He's my new favorite. He's my new man crush. First time in my. We were born 2 days apart, so I'm 2 days older than him. I've never had a crush on any celebrity whatsoever. I do him, and that's how I found this community. Actually,
Right, yeah, a lot of people did. And do you know that a lot of people stayed after that, and everything changed? Because I'm telling you, we couldn't believe it because we've been watching trials for a long time. And Scooter would say to Debbie, would say to me, you can't believe how many people were watching that trial because we watched trial after trial, and sometimes you would be less than 1,000 watching a big, what we considered a big case. And then
Right.
after Johnny Depp, people said, wow, this is like a trial. And then a lot of the old timers got upset because these people didn't know anything about a trial. So they would be like asking really stupid questions. So then they'd be like, oh my gosh, like, did you ever watch a trial? Like, what's wrong with you? That goes this way or that way. But then a lot of them thought like, wow, this is pretty great. And now, there's thousands and thousands and thousands watching. And you never saw that before of Johnny Depp.
well, it
Well,
really,
Law
really,
and
I think the
Crime.
club. Go ahead.
Law and Crime Network during one of the days of the Johnny Depp trial.
Mm-hmm.
Over
Fraction.
1 people were in the trial that day chatting.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
That's the trial that I
Yeah.
decided I will never watch mainstream media again.
Right.
I also, during COVID, I was back-to-back 24/7 weeks on end. I was a pure mainstreamer. I just turned 60. Please don't hold it against me.
No, we don't.
But I just turned 60 in June. And
June what? June what? My birthday's in
6th.
June. Mine the 4th.
You're a Gemini.
I am.
So is Johnny's.
Oh yeah.
Geminis.
Gemini.
That's how I found this whole community, and that's how I cannot believe I found this whole community. And it's the most amazing thing that I've come across. I wanted to do law my whole life,
Mm-hmm.
but the college just didn't do it for me. So, just like, it just wasn't my butt. Anyway, yeah, that whole Johnny Depp, that's how I found Legal Bites and lawyer, Lawyer You Know,
Right.
and I followed Lawyer You Know through this trial. I haven't done it, the
Mhm.
trial stuff, ever since the Johnny Depp case. And I didn't want to get on this case because a child was involved.
Right.
So I literally had to watch the last 3 days back to back, and then I over the 3 days, and then I just today went back to follow to
Oh, hi,
catch
John
up.
Cuddy.
So I've just been doing all of this the last 3 days of the trial. So my opinion just comes from
Mhm.
the lawyer saying this is what just happened. We're so glad this happened. Lawyer,
Right.
You Know, I love to death. So when everybody was talking so bad about, nah, that's probably not the right word. The family, they're not money grubbers, in my opinion. They weren't looking for money, in my opinion. A child was hurt. I'm like, you know what? It's not, it doesn't lie on mandatory reporters, and that's why I wanted it to put my opinion out there.
Mhm.
We still are mandatory reporters. We're not going to get sued if we're not assholes.
Right.
And we don't, if we don't put this child was, was
But
proven now.
can I just ask you a question? I just want to ask you a question, right? Did you read Beata's blog post that she wrote as Maya?
I heard that when I was driving today. That's one of the reasons I pulled over. No.
Okay. Well, I mean, I could read you some of them,
You were,
but
yes, I would. I do not know much of that other than the trial stuff.
because that was a big problem for me because
I heard you say that.
so that's one of the things, okay? And then the other big problem for me was I saw like about this ketamine coma and that there was a 50% chance of death. She had to go to Mexico for this. It was videotaped, like what was happening to her in Mexico. But then Beata was writing as if she was Maya and emailing it to herself. And they've got some of that. They hid some of them because some of them, if you go in the Wayback Machine, they're hidden, but you can see the titles and the dates that they were written. And it's just, that's highly disturbing. Plus, I didn't feel when she came back from those treatments, it wasn't like, oh, it's a miracle. She still had to do the one thing that we researched from the beginning, which was that exercise, which they said is the number one way to combat this CRPS, right? And I was like, wait, it wasn't a miracle cure. Like, what is this? And why are they doing this? And now this girl looks great. She's a good student. She's living life. She's going to the homecoming, all of this stuff. And she's not on any of these opioids, and she's not on ketamine, and she's not on benzodiazepines, all the stuff that she was getting pumped full of. So how do we know that Maya would even be here in this condition if John Hopkins hadn't stepped in? Did they actually cause Beata to take her life? I mean, can we really say that someone's decision there is the cause? Is, you know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of people that go through adverse things in hospitals and everything, and they don't unalive themselves. So there's a lot of things I'm struggling with here to understand.
I have opinions there.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
And, please forgive me. You know what? I'm still learning to not interrupt and listen.
Oh, no, don't
watch
worry.
the
We
ball.
all interrupt.
Yeah, I know. I work really hard. I do have strong opinions on that. If you think, in my opinion, if this is this case set precedents that were unheard of and never been explored before.
Okay.
This, disease, is that the disease?
Syndrome,
that she has
syndrome. I don't know if it's a syndrome or disease, whatever, we get it. Yeah.
Right. It's very, it makes a lot of sense the hospital didn't know. It makes a lot of sense that, these levels of ketamines were off the hook. The way that it was handled is what concerns me. Because, okay, they cut the mom off. The mom was very, very passionate. And, she's a different culture.
Mm-hmm.
And I said to my daughter, if she travels to other countries, be careful. Other cultures, you can't be a Miss, Billy Badass
Right.
in many countries. This woman didn't understand that. Jack was trying to get her to shut the F up. And they just wanted, no one takes their daughter to hospitals and doctors. The Munchausen's by proxy that's been over, in my opinion. But the woman did do everything she could do. But once they got out of the hospital, and once she started losing, nobody would listen to her. When I was still in the car, when I was listening, someone had said she begged for ketamine. That's all she knew that worked. What she knew at the time is not what we know now. And all we know is she lost a child for 87 days. And no one, when that goddamn judge didn't let her hug Maya, I mean, there's a way to do it and a way not to do it, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
And the family kept hitting, why couldn't the mother, even if the mother was Munchausen by proxy, let's just say, mother was everything they said, the mother couldn't give her a hug and couldn't have supervised visitation?
Now that's the part I didn't hear. Where was this that the mother wasn't allowed to hear or hug her?
I had
When?
put that in the chat when I first pulled over tonight. I put in Lawn Lumber, his first video, day 1 through 3, which was, so he did a video on days 1, 2, and 3 of the trial. It's all explained there.
Okay.
What exactly happened. I just got the chills. Yeah, he explains it from the legal point of view in the courtroom. We have 9,000 people. I mean, so you know what, today I bopped around a little bit between the verdict and the what is it, what was the P word?
Oh, the punitive damages.
Yeah, the punitive damage phase.
Mm-hmm.
So in that time, so you know what, law and order, law and crime had hundreds. And the 3 YouTube law tubers that I went through had 7, 8, and 9,000, which indicates to me mainstream media, they really do, in my opinion. They don't report on what they want us to. They report on what they want us to know. And Johnny Depp trial is a beautiful example of that, because they still are sticking by that to this day, knowing then what we know now.
No, I'm just saying though, so the dress that she was, getting to go to court, is that where Bata was in court then that day with her? And she wanted to hug her? Is that what that is?
Yes. That's the day.
Because I've never heard that part.
Because, and then the person from the...
Okay. Well, I was just saying hi
Yes.
to somebody in the chat. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm trying not to talk over.
Oh, no, don't worry. I was just saying hi to somebody that
Of
said
her.
they left me a message.
I didn't get on this case until a week ago, and I follow true crime my whole adult life.
Mm-hmm.
I chose not to. My friend Judy's in there somewhere. I don't know what her...
Judy, where are you?
Judy, where are you?
Judy.
But I'm going live for the first time. She was trying to bing in to tell me how to get on.
Oh, yeah. Judy, where are you, Judy? Oh, I'm in
Judy, where
talk
are
chat and not in live chat. That's not good. Hold on.
She's in there. She got in there before me, and she was trying to help me get in, but I didn't answer.
Judy,
I've known her for 40 years.
40 years. Okay, Judy, where are you?
Judy.
Judy. Serious.
I know she.
She might be shy.
No, she's not. Anyway, so I didn't get on this until a week ago, and I've never jumped on trials of children, and I didn't watch the documentary, but I am online. I'm on social media a lot, and I follow true crime a lot. And then this case just kept coming up. So I just literally did 3 days straight, day and night.
Right.
So I'm very new, but
Hi, Farm Wife.
I can't even see the chat.
Well, yeah, Farm Wife is saying, welcome, Judy, but I don't see Judy. Judy.
Hi, Farm Wife.
Thank you for welcoming Judy, Farm Wife.
Is she there?
No, I don't see Judy.
I don't know her screen name or anything. I said I'm going live for the first time.
Kevin, tell me if you see Judy. Yeah, but I mean, it's just a case, you know, and
I just think there's two sides. And you know what, as a administrative reporter, the last thing in the world I want, that's not gonna change.
mhm.
That Sally Smith person, I did a lot of research on her this afternoon too, between the trial and then now.
Yeah, but
And
they already, you know, they
that's-
already got a settlement. They already settled for they
Yeah,
got
but
2.5 million prior on something else, and then they decided
Oh,
not
you mean
to.
the Kathy Beatty thing?
Yeah, and they
Yes.
decided not to go after Smith, right? That's the one they dropped the
And-
charges.
yeah.
Right in the
But they
beginning.
settled with Kathy Beatty, but that person
Yeah.
is, we don't need those two people, in my opinion. They don't belong around children, in my opinion. They didn't do anything to try and make this right. You know what else I never saw is any look of concern on their faces. Those two women. In my eye,
Mhm.
it was so. In maybe they've been in the business for 10, 20, 30 years, which they have. Kathy Beatty is no longer in. Now she's a social worker. What nurse goes?
Well, I
from a
thought they
nurse
said
to-
somebody said. Wait, she's not the one that's working at CVS, or she? Somebody said there.
She is now, but she was a nurse for 30, if I'm not mistaken, and then she moved to this social worker realm,
Mm-hmm.
the Kathy Beatty one. Sally Smith, to me, was a cold. Did you see her depositions?
Yeah, this trial has been so long, and I've gone on back and forth between other trials that 'cause this trial was like ridiculous. That the length of this trial and those jurors, like they should have gotten way more than $30 a day to sit through this for as long as they
I
did.
totally agree.
Um,
In my opinion, those jurors.
they should have been
were-
awarded some of that. They really should
They
have.
cared. Can you feel
To
it through?
stay there that long and on this and give up all the stuff they had to give up, wow.
But they still cared, and you know what? When their verdicts on both of the trials prove and show that, and they cared so much. They cried on the closing statement along with, not Anderson, but Whitney. They cried. The whole jury cried
How do you know that? How did you know that?
because we saw it on screen. Because Jude is on RA. RA is a new place I found. He had not a plant, a co-worker in the courtroom the entire time. So we knew when they were ordering lunch. We knew what the jury's faces were saying. We knew between that stupid Shapiro. Now Shapiro did a fantastic job. Him and Whitney went toe to toe. And I hold nothing against either one of them. This is with the help of all the lawyer people that I watched over the last, they did a fantastic job. But Shapiro fucked it up because they never owned anything. They didn't own shit in the final. And then they doubled down after they just lost $238 million. They doubled down and said, please don't do this. The Children's Hospital is there to save babies. That's exactly what he said in his closing. Oh, in the second trial, closing in the second. And did you see how
Okay, I didn't see that part. I haven't seen that part yet.
He literally, the defense rested because he said you can obviously see that the jury is not buying this. That's not exactly what he said, but he said,
Really?
we rest. And the judge said, are you sure? In the middle of their closing statements for punitive damages.
Oh,
He kept putting the shovel in and burying himself after, because he was trying to elicit. He said, you guys, you know what? Verbatim, they already won 56 million, whatever, 50, 60, 70, imputative. That's enough. Verbatim. Shapiro said that to the jury after they lost $211 million. That's what he said to the jury. And the jury, come to find out, where their faces were like. And then the defense rested. And the judge said, are you sure? And he goes, yeah, it's already apparent. We can read their faces. It's online. It's there.
and the jurors heard him say that?
Yes, he said it
Well,
to the jury.
But I have to say that,
Okay.
okay, just
Wow.
watching what I have of the judge, it does seem like that judge was biased towards.
He wasn't at all. Now, I only know because I watched 3 attorneys that, I just heard it again.
That's right.
I watched all three, Law and Crime, no, not Law and Crime, Law and Lumber, and then he had, Uncivil Law on there, and Rob, Law and Lumber, and then Ian Runkle, and then they had the main person. So I watched the whole day with them until Punitive, and Punitive is where. I'm sorry, I just got a little rambly. What did you just say? What's your name, or what I call you, Mom?
Carolyn, you can call me
Sure.
Carolyn.
Chris Carolyn.
Okay, so I know, I think from, like, again, now I stopped watching that trial to watch the trial we just went through, the Adelson, that is a good case.
I
Okay.
watched the end of that one. And
Well, I
thought it was
watched
good.
that whole thing, so I was like, this is it. I cannot take this Maya thing anymore. It is
Right.
too much. It is ridiculous, and so that's where I was at it. Then I started to watch it at the closing arguments because Adelson was over. We're waiting for Wendy and Donna to be arrested, and so I did see bias in the judge, and I did. That's my opinion.
Fair enough. That's fair. You know what it is. Actually, at the very end today, in the Punitive, when all the spice happened, not Hunter, but the other older one that put the glasses, the older one that sat behind Hunter,
Mm-hmm.
said he accused him of being biased.
Oh yeah, I
He
saw
did?
that. I saw that.
Really?
Yeah, yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Okay.
What did,
According to the
judge-
attorney,
Big time.
well, the
What did
attorneys
judge
that
say?
I watched, all 3, said he's the fairest judge, the second, or the first or second or third best judge I've ever seen ever. And the attorneys aren't biased. Those opinions come from me watching the Law Tuber.
Well, I don't agree, and I think even their own people that think the judge is so great now, I'll tell you, they had a real problem with, you didn't watch from the beginning, but I did watch this beginning. Maya's team, Maya's legal team was so unprepared. They
Sure.
bumbled and bumbled and
They did.
bumbled and it was like, oh my
On
gosh, like
day 1, 2, and 3.
more than that. He bumbled his way through so much of it. He was so unprepared. He didn't have stuff. He was like, he reminded me of, like, okay, you've got your neighbor. Your
That was
neighbor's trying to.
Anderson.
No, but like
Right.
no, I don't even mean that. I'm just saying this kind of scenario. Your neighbor's going to help you with the case. He's not really a trial attorney, but he's going to try his best at it. That's what it seemed like. Okay, I'm not saying that's what it was, but this is
Right.
what it seemed like. Like,
Yeah.
hey, Mr. So-and-so is going to come over. He's not really a trial attorney, but he's going to try his best at this, and I think he's going to be okay. We could help him out. That's what it felt like. It felt like that guy was a fish out of water. He had never been in a trial before. It kind of was like My Cousin Vinny, but not, because he lacked the Italianness and all the funniness. But
Yeah.
it was like that, and it constantly, it was in the beginning, where is that? What exhibit is that? I lost the number. I can't remember the number. Oh, did you put that? No, I don't know where it is. It was constant. It was like he was bumbling
That's
everything.
true.
And the very people now that are saying, oh, he hit it out of the park, he did this, were the same people that were
He
saying,
did.
what's going on with this? Maya's
He
family
did.
deserves better.
Because
Maya's
he didn't
family
have
deserves
his
better.
grounding. Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, they really sucked the first. That's why when I just referred, is it Debbie? Debbie, who's the one?
Yes.
Debbie's
Yeah.
in the middle there with
That's
the lights.
The very first the Law and Lumber that because he only jumped on like every 1 or 2 or 3 days, and he did recaps, which is beautiful because I, in the Amber Johnny's trial, watched back to back. I was really, really hurt then, and I was in bed, so that's how I found the whole thing, the whole lawsuit thing. But so they didn't have their like Rob the Law and Lumber guy. He goes, you know what? It's okay. Each one takes a win. That's a win. Oh, that's a big win. Oh, they suck. And then, and he's like, okay, well, and it gives us like a really condensed, he goes, I'm going to just fast forward through this 40 minutes. I'm telling you guys, are all going back and forth now.
Mhm.
So I was able to watch a ton of footage with an attorney, only a few of them did this. Law tubers, back in the Johnny Depp case, they all were combined and they were all on each other's channels. Well, many of them now have hundreds of thousands of followers.
Mm-hmm.
The ones that actually, so it's turned into a humongous thing. But I really respect everybody's opinion, and I respect the fact that, but what I wanted to stand up for was the being a mandated reporter, which means mandated reporters are going to be afraid or not report. That's the furthest thing for the truth. We're still mandated. It's how, what happened once, it went to freaking Kathy Beatty. Who's the one that called CPS in the first place? Was it Sally Smith?
I don't know who was the first one. Was it Sally?
I'm
or
not
was it...
sure. I was wondering that myself.
It was, I think it was, Kathy Beatty. Oh, Sally Smith was brought in because they're both, so that was all the trial too. They were like all saying, it was CPS. I know there's two different words. We have CPS here, DHS there.
Yeah, it goes DFC. There's all different, but it all means the same thing.
Still nobody cared. Nobody. Maya was what matters here. And they, Sally Smith, oh my God, and even Kathy Beatty, they were so, in my opinion, callous. Maybe they, you got to be that as a trial testimony witness. But they didn't seem that nobody, even the attorneys at the closing statements, including the closing statements on the punitive damages,
So it
had
says,
any remorse.
It says the hospital called in Dr. Sally Smith, a former doctor for CPS, who misdiagnosed Maya's symptoms. Okay, so that, let's see, and then Maya's social worker at All Children's, Kathy Beatty, Dr. Sally Smith, and Smith's employer, Suncoast Center.
Which that was her sheet, her own center, right?
So they're all involved, I guess, whatever, reporting that, or from what I can see here. So Kathy Beatty, Dr. Sally Smith, and Suncoast, Smith's employer. But the family settled with Sally Smith and Suncoast for $2.5 million.
Right. Which I think that's weird. I don't understand any of that. I've heard it. That wasn't a trial, of course.
It was
but that seemed to me that Maya was very, very, very upset about Kathy Beatty. So maybe that's something that's why did they settle with Kathy Beatty? Do you know?
No, not Kathy Beatty. Not Kathy Beatty. Sally Smith.
She paid $2.5 million.
They Suncoast and Sally Smith is who they settled with.
Because Kathy Beatty, one of them left in 2022, in July of 2022.
No, Beatty is still a defendant in the Kowalski case. It says
one left.
They settled with Sally Smith and Suncoast, which is her employer.
One of them don't work there anymore, and one does.
Kathy Beatty does not work there anymore.
I said somebody's fired today when we were waiting for the verdict. They're fired. That CFO today, did you see that one for John Hopkins? In the punitive damage portion?
Oh, yeah, yes.
She didn't have one number. She's been there 1 year. In the shady side of John Hopkins is what I got a lot of instinct and like things just hit me. Mm-hmm. That's why I'm a therapist. But they bounced her in. You know what? There's a saying in DUIs. If you take the DUI and lose your license for a year and don't, because a DUI is much worse. It's a random philosophy that I just came up with this second. But John Hopkins did not want to release that information. The Whitney said that we've been trying to get this for 5 years. Then that little stint that happened 1 week ago, when the judge goes, whoa, wait a minute. Are you telling me you had a witness on the stand that said that the All Children's Hospital was good, and you've been lying this whole time? Well. They never produced the documents until that's why all the stuff that happened, when the defense kept saying, oh my gosh, we don't have time to do this, Your Honor. We don't have time, because it's all their fault. They never produced it. Even 10 days ago when the judge said, oh boy, you guys have all this stuff by the night. And the plaintiffs stayed up around the clock to redo depositions, and those depositions are online, that happened at 7:30 at night, Friday night, because the defendants failed to produce documents they've been begging for 5 years. And then the defense played all day, today and yesterday. They did not have time, Your Honor. If we would have had time, then we're up against a wall. And Whitney said 2 or 3 times, well, you know what, we wouldn't be up against a wall if you had 10 days ago. The judge said, get it all here now. I want everything. I don't care how long it takes. Anything that relates to this case going back 10 years, I don't care. Well, what do you mean? How far to go back? That's a lot to do. They didn't even do it 10 days later. It never ever got produced.
Yeah, unfortunately, it happens in a lot of trials. I mean, we see that stuff. There's one Kohlberger right now. They're waiting for sale. It's just things that.
I was wondering what my next trial was going to be. I was thinking the boy in the box. I thought Kohlberger was kind of a little far out.
It is far out, but there's still hearings, and they still need discovery that's not given to the. You always hear about that in trials. The prosecution is not giving us that. The defense is not giving us that. It's commonplace. That kind of stuff, is just par for the course. But right. I don't know. I tell you, this trial, it was, to me, it was ridiculous in so many ways, especially the length and how it put people out. And it's just, I think the money is excessive. I think.
But you know what? They didn't ask for that. The attorney, no one ever believed they're going to get that. Not even their attorneys. It was, from what I understand, it was because they just wanted I could be totally wrong, because I literally have only known for a week, and I've been doing back-to-back, day and night, catching up. But it didn't seem to me, and this is going to be kind of, the body language. Same with Long Lumber did a video on Friday night about the body language of Maya. And he just, they don't say it's anything like solid or anything, but she, according to him, she was very sincere. I mean, she was,
A guy telling you this? A male lawyer told you that?
No, that was another video. It was the behavioral person. Okay. Like I said, I've just been jamming it all down just the last week. So I could be. Okay. I mean, I've got thoughts and feelings and opinions, and it's mine.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, I see a lot of body language too, and I'm pretty intuitive and pretty spot on.
Behavioral therapist, a behavioral.
I knew a behavioral therapist.
Yeah,
not too good. I'm sorry. I have a lot of stories. Yeah, but and I'll tell you something else. Just on YouTube, if you're new to YouTube. Sometimes people say they're psychologists and they're not. Sometimes people say they're doctors and they're not. And sometimes people say they're lawyers and they're not.
Right.
These YouTube streets are crazy. I will tell you that.
Well, I totally get that.
And sometimes people tell you they're criminal profilers and they're not. And sometimes they come all the way from England and stay with you for 2 weeks and they're not who they said they are. So
I get that whole part.
Okay, you got to be careful out on these streets.
I appreciate that.
Yeah,
that's all I wanted to say.
But no, I'm glad you came up, and that's your point of view, and you're entitled to it.
That's all I
And
care about is I just don't want mandatory reporters. That's all this stuff has been saying is now there's not going to be, now they're going to feel
well, I
like
mean,
they-
yeah, and those people that feel that they're going to say that, but you said your piece, and I mean, they can say theirs, and somewhere in the middle is, whatever. If there's a or you agree to disagree, you don't. I mean, but it's but a lot of people don't know how to do that like that. No, they don't know how to do that. They can go, okay, you don't think that I hit this, then you're gone, and I'm not like that,
Right.
and
I
I'm not
see a
going
lot
to
of
do
that.
that. So
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah.
I don't.
Good. I'm glad you had me on.
Well, I'm glad you came up, and maybe you can come up when we have another case. I really want to see Donna Adelson arrested. I keep saying, has Donna Adelson been arrested yet? Because that's just a matter of time. In that case, I mean, that's a case I can talk about. So I just,
I'd love to.
I
I
kind
just
of
felt like
lost
I had
it
a
with
couple
my,
minutes.
it lost so much for me because it was so drawn out and so ridiculous. And I love to talk about the different trials and all the different things. And I just could not, as much as I tried to get into that, it was too much. The
Well, that's
Adelson-
why I haven't watched trial since the Johnny case, and I didn't even know who those two people were. So I did not know who they were. I knew Johnny Depp. I'd never watched him music. I'd never watched a movie ever.
Oh, really?
Never.
Oh, wow.
Never. But I caught that case by accident because I was in bed for 6 weeks.
Oh, okay.
That's how I ended up being here, and I was so exhausted from that.
And then you fell in love with Johnny Depp from that?
But then
Wow.
I've been following him ever since.
Oh,
In
okay.
his music, I literally first crush in my entire life, and not because we share a birthday 2 days apart. He's an amazing person. I'm not the kind of person that watches those kind of movies.
Uh-huh.
He's not in my wheelhouse or but he's a great human being. And I didn't know that.
Yeah, and I thought when he was up on the stand and he told about his life and all that stuff, and it was like, oh, that was like really going on when he was talking about his mother treated him, and
Yeah, she was brutal.
yeah,
And the thing is, he's never touched a woman in his whole life, and that's been proven.
right,
So-
yeah. I mean, a lot of
Proven, I
people,
guess,
yeah.
is different. But I am new to all this, and I really appreciate you having me.
No,
And I
no
will be
problem.
back, and I just felt the need to pull over because I'm a mandated reporter, and I don't want that to happen or that to go away.
Yeah,
That's all.
no, appreciate your point of view, and thanks for coming
Thank
up. And your friend Judy that I haven't seen. Hi, Judy. You don't have to hide.
She was calling me while you were trying to keep me connected, and I couldn't answer it. So,
Okay, Sarah
was
says
nice
okay.
meeting you.
Sarah, there's a Sarah over here that I've never seen, but she says, okay, don't hate me, but I was pro Amber. I don't hate you.
I don't know. Judy, are you there?
Judy, are you there?
She's a computer person. She was trying to get me on.
Yes,
Dude, come on.
Sarah.
I brought a friend in.
Judy, are you there, Judy? I don't know where Judy is. She must be scared. Come on, Judy.
I get me.
Judy, where are you? Oh my goodness.
She knows I struggle with all this stuff. Like I said, yeah, what do I do? Where do I go?
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah.
anyway, really nice to meet you guys.
Yeah,
I'll be
very
back.
nice to meet you, and come back
Yeah.
anytime. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Nice
I've
to
been here for
meet
years. I
you.
just don't talk too much. I've been here since 2020. Well, welcome, Sarah. We don't hate you because you had a differing viewpoint. It's fine.
Is she there?
No, Sarah is, who has a differing viewpoint and thought we might hate her, but we don't hate you.
Oh, no. Thank you.
No.
How do I like it back in the chat?
What happened? How do you get back in the chat? Oh, you just you want me? I can get you. I can get you out of here, and you can go back there. Here, okay? All right. Thanks
I
for
go
coming.
here and then go-
I'll go like this. Watch. Poof. Did she? Well, oh, poof. There she goes. My poof had a delay. Okay. Well, that was fun.
Mm-hmm.
But Sarah, okay. I can't see what your avatar is, Sarah. It looks like a green person, like cartoons. I don't know. Is it cartoons? You love us? Okay. No problem. Not going to hold that against you. She's got to have some
Nice,
people that are
yeah.
on her side, right? Even What everybody, there's like people that rally around anyone, right? Even there's murderers that people rally around, you know? I mean, I'm not saying that, Sarah, that she's a murderer, but I'm saying there's going to be people that are supportive of everybody. Everybody has supporters, I think. Even bad people.
Exactly, yes.
Oh, it's from SpongeBob. I can't see it. It's small. So I can't see it. But it's okay. SpongeBob is okay. He lives in a pineapple under the sea, and the pineapple is very important to this channel. SpongeBob SquarePants.
Yeah, very true.
Yeah. SpongeBob SquarePants. Christy Crimp. What did I just try to do? I tried to put something somewhere and I don't know. I'd love to. Sure, you're welcome to call in, Sarah. No problem. Come on, call in.
Yes.
Call
Hi, Barb.
in. Hi, Barb. So yeah, other than that, I really want to know if Adelson's been arrested. But what happened? Caitlin Armstrong, was that off today? I can't believe they're not letting us watch that. That angers me. Why can't we watch it? We can only watch opening statements, closing arguments, and the verdict.
What state is she in?
Texas. I don't know why we're not allowed to watch it. We're not. Sad. Let me see if they had court. I thought they didn't have court today. And tomorrow they're not having court, right? Because it's Veterans Day.
Oh, yeah.
Isn't that true?
Isn't
Isn't that true and just?
Why was I thinking today was Veterans? I guess, no, never mind.
No, tomorrow's Veterans Day. Hey, Sarah, thank you for becoming a Deputy Rambler.
Welcome, Sarah.
Welcome. You're riding that deputy. No? Do I see this shoe? I don't see the shoe. Okay. So let me go on and see if
Are you doing the other news now?
I'm just going to see if Caitlin Armstrong looks. I don't know why I'm thinking that they didn't have court today. And maybe I'm right. 'Cause usually I may be right even though.
Hey, Carol, I asked people to give me prayers for tomorrow.
Oh, Scooter needs prayers for tomorrow. She's got to go to a medical thing. So please give her prayers for tomorrow.
Please, guys. Or just good thoughts.
Absolutely, Scooter. We'll be praying for you and thinking about you. We love you so much.
Thank you, Al.
Mm-hmm.
I mean it.
Thank you, sweetie.
Yeah, I don't think they had it today. Well, maybe they did. Hold on. Maybe they didn't. Maybe they did. Maybe they didn't. Hold on. Let me go to my favorite source. Oh, it did. It did happen. Okay, so let's see what happened here.
Thank you, Sarah. Sassy. And everybody, I appreciate it.
You'll be okay, Debbie.
I'm starting to feel like I will now, you know.
Yeah.
I'm just
You
thinking
will
I-
be.
No, everything's gonna be fine. Wait and see.
Yep.
Yeah, I think I just overreacted, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
Don't you?
Yeah, it's scary though. It's scary, but
Okay.
you're gonna be fine.
Yeah. And I'm not trying to hide anything. Hi, Julie. Thank you, hon. I'm not trying to hide anything. You guys know I've already had cancer twice. And this is, probably skin cancer, but just something different the way they were, I don't know. The lady freaked me the heck out. She said it is serious, but non-life threatening.
They maybe just really want you to come back in tomorrow.
Maybe they just
And they
have to
wanna
take
make
the rest
sure
of it
you-
off, and you got to get it off.
Oh, what else is there? There ain't nothing
Well,
there.
they might have to take, like Sharon said, layers or a couple
They
layers.
said they want me to be on medicine. We have to get you medicine.
It might be the cream. I'm telling you, it might be cream.
Wouldn't they call it a cream?
Well,
It's medicine still.
medicine.
I mean,
Medicated cream.
Why did she have to say it was serious?
Because maybe you canceled
To
your
get you to
appointment
come
and get
in.
you to get your butt in there. Maybe they're like, oh, that lady canceled her appointment again.
to get you to come in. She told you it's not life threatening, so to get you to come in. Wake up. Wake up. That's what they were saying.
Really?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Did I eat dinner tonight? Yes, I did. Okay.
Did you have dinner tonight?
Yeah, I couldn't remember. Started to feel a little hungry and wondered if I did. Yesterday, you have no idea, when I had to go to the dentist, I opened a yogurt before I was going to leave. I couldn't figure out why my stomach was rumbling and I'm in the I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm starving. What's going on, right? Come home, got to run to the sports awards, still haven't eaten anything. Grabbed an apple, which I shouldn't have had, because after that I wasn't supposed to eat anything crunchy, but she didn't bother to tell me. Okay, so I ate an apple, go to the sports award dinner, come home, and I see, like, later on that night, there was my yogurt that I had taken probably 2 bites out of, and didn't even realize I didn't even eat it.
Yeah.
That's why I was, like, starving. So I was just thinking now, did I eat or did I take 2 bites of something and think I ate again?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, I'm trying to find this thing here. Okay. Nobody told the cop to pay.
Thanks, Deb. They already did the biopsy, Sassy Darcy. Thanks, Mary. It's the results of the biopsy.
She didn't go. Tell them you didn't go to her follow-up because she
I
said,
didn't go
it cleared up.
yesterday.
It's okay, so I'm going to cancel it. And she
I
called in
didn't
and
go
canceled.
yesterday like I was supposed to for the results and for them to look at the rest of my body. I did not go yesterday.
And they
I
called her
canceled
back
it.
and told her, get your butt in
They
here.
called me tonight.
They really just must want to get you in there. So they're using strongly worded things to get you there.
Mm-hmm.
Are they allowed to do that?
Use deception to get you in there?
Yeah. Because she knew I was terrified. She even told me, I'm going to need you to calm down.
That sounds like Kevin.
Well, that's
I'm
exactly
going to
what
need you to calm down. This is exactly what he says.
Yeah, she told me that twice.
Really?
Yes.
Were you screaming at her?
No, I wasn't screaming. I was sitting here shaking. My heart was racing. Told her I felt like I was going to pass out. It took me totally by surprise. I wasn't expecting that.
Oh, I know that's a tough call to get. They didn't really work nicely. They should have gone about it differently, I think.
What did they?
Did a what?
They should have gone about it differently.
Well, I think she was fine.
I would have thought.
I was being the nutcase. The poor thing probably didn't know what to do. You know?
Yeah, but they could have made it a little less, sound a little less urgent.
Well, when she said, you know, can you need you to get the appointment, come back in for this result. I'm like, oh, okay. She goes, can you come tomorrow? I'm like, what?
There was no court today for Armstrong. There was no court for Armstrong. I knew there wasn't, and its court is going to resume on Monday.
No?
Mm-mm.
For who?
For Armstrong.
Oh.
Caitlin Armstrong. Mm-hmm.
Oh, yes, I got my whole family worked up, and that they're all being so darn sweet and kind. They understand. My dad made me feel so good. He calmed me down. He was the one to calm me down.
Oh, you know that Corbett case, remember?
Yes, and that's one that I wanted to look because
Yeah,
They
the wife
pled
and
to
dad were
manslaughter.
sentenced.
they pled to
Yeah, Molly Corbett.
she pled to voluntary manslaughter or something, and her father
Her
too.
dad was a retired FBI agent. You know, now that they say FBI, I remember this. Now I think I remember he was walking some kind of thing, and he was walking in the street, and I remember him being an FBI agent. But yeah, they were sentenced. Hold on, now this just stopped.
I looked it up, Carolyn.
Who looked it up?
I looked that up because I knew it was
Oh.
coming up. I saw
Let's see. It
that.
says that they were sentenced to prison this week for the murder of the woman's husband in 2015. Molly claimed that she and Thomas Martins beat James Corbett to death with a brick paver and a baseball bat in self-defense after he allegedly choked her and threatened to kill her. Prosecutors, however, say that they killed Corbett to adopt his children and collect his $600,000 life insurance policy. The pair were initially convicted of second-degree murder and sentenced to 20 to 25 years in 2017. But in 2021, the North Carolina Court of Appeals vacated the conviction and ordered a new trial, finding the judge prejudicially decided what evidence should be presented during the trial. Martins pled guilty to voluntary manslaughter, and Molly pled no contest to the same charge, and they were both sentenced to a minimum of 4 years and 3 months and a maximum of 6 years and 2 months, and were given credit for 3 years and 8 months already served. They also have been ordered to have no contact with Jason Corbett's family. Jason was a native of Ireland. He met Molly in 2008 when she worked as an au pair for his 2 children from his first marriage. His wife died from a severe asthma attack in 2006. Corbett and Martins became romantically involved and married. They moved to North Carolina in 2011. Martins was living in Tennessee and visiting his daughter and her husband at the time of the manslaughter. Did they ever have any kids together?
No.
So it's only 2 children?
Yes.
And she really wanted to adopt those 2 kids. That's the whole
Yes.
thing, motive for this murder with the
It wasn't
600,000.
motive. I don't think it was motive, but she
Well,
did want kids.
Why did they murder him then?
She's a nut, Carolyn. You need
But
to
I
read
think the motive they said was the kids and the $600,000 life insurance. That's what they said. That's what prosecutors say. I don't know. I didn't see the.
You need to read the book, though. It was so interesting. The lady is crazy. Her family is crazy. She's one of those,
The
Fatal
guy
attraction
looks
type.
crazy. Yeah, they look crazy.
and the father.
But they're only going to have like a year or something now.
What do you know?
Yes, that's what. Yes.
No,
Yes. Yes.
they're gonna get. I thought they each were gonna get like
No, they overturned that, and then they pled to manslaughter, and they got like maximum 7 years, and then they're getting 3 years for. They have 4? Look here, I'll tell you again what
I thought they were both getting like 25 years.
Listen to what it says. The pair
Okay.
was initially convicted of second-degree murder and sentenced to 20 to 25 years back in 2017. But in 2021, the North Carolina Court of Appeals vacated the conviction and ordered a new trial. They found the judge was prejudicial in deciding what evidence should be presented during the trial. Now, Martins pled guilty to voluntary manslaughter, and Molly pled no contest to the same charge. They were both sentenced to a minimum 4 years, 3 months, and a maximum 6 years, 2 months, and were given credit for 3 years and 8 months. Time already served. So figure it out. If they get the minimum 4 years and 3 months, and they're getting credit for 3 years and 8 months, maximum is 6 years and 2 months. They're not serving much more time.
Wow.
That's terrible.
It really is. I'm so glad his family has the kids now.
Do they?
Oh yeah. They've been adopted by, I think, one of his sisters or one of his brothers. The kids are back they're in Ireland with his family.
I wonder if Carol Lucy knows about that.
She probably does. That's my maiden name, so that's why I kind of took an interest to it. Yeah, maybe, Julie.
Two Alabama brothers. Oh. Oh my gosh. What's this about? Wow, look at this thing. Wow, that woman looks... She looks like somebody I know, too. I'm trying to think of who it is. I don't know if it's somebody in the... New details are emerging following the arrest of a Kentucky mother who allegedly killed her 2 children. 32-year-old Tiffany Lucas is currently behind bars facing 2 counts of first-degree murder. She was arrested November 8th after finding her children, ages 6 and 9, deceased inside their home on the 200 block of Bentwood Drive in Shepherdsville. A neighbor found the children around 11 a.m. in a bedroom covered in blood. At around 2:50 p.m., the children underwent surgery at Norton's Children's Hospital, but both passed away from their injuries. There were 2 victims in the bedroom. They were covered in blood, and a gun was on the bed, said Colonel Alex Payne, the chief deputy with the Bullitt County Sheriff's Office. We did all we could. A witness, according to police, told deputies that Lucas shot both children. Police found a gun inside the home on a bed and say it was the weapon used on the children. Court records indicate that Lucas was previously arrested for drug possession and spent a month behind bars. Whether you think it's mental illness, just pure evil, or a combination of both, it could be substance abuse, any combination thereof. Pick your poison. None of it's good. The result is horrific, Payne added. Let's see. The father of one of the victims is deceased. The father of the other victim is unknown. Whereabouts are unknown. Other family members we got hold of and made notification. Lucas pled not guilty Thursday morning during her arraignment. The district court judge, Jennifer Porter, set her bond at $2 million. Should she make bond, she cannot be around firearms, the judge ruled. She's scheduled to return to work. They said that to work. Oh my gosh. Instead of court. They said return to work on November 14th for a preliminary hearing. They mean court. Oh my gosh, they need proofreaders badly. I'm like, wow, she's going back to work. What the heck? That's crazy. Oh, here's another woman. She looks disturbed. She set her husband on fire. This one. So many disturbed people in this world. A Michigan woman allegedly lit her husband on fire in 2021, was charged on Friday with setting a house fire in March that killed her employer. Julie Boxley, who was 52, was reportedly living with Glenn Andrews, 72, to help care for his sick wife when she allegedly set their home on fire. Boxley and Andrews escaped, but Andrews died from his injuries about 2 weeks later. Andrews' daughter said that Boxley previously took care of Andrews' wife, but she eventually moved only to come back. She appeared on his front porch one day and said, "I need a job. Do you still need help?" And he said, "Yes." And she said, "I also need a place to live." And we thought, this is great. That sounds great. Boxley is charged with homicide and arson in Andrews' death. She is due in court on November 27th. Boxley is also criminally charged in Alger County for reportedly lighting her then husband on fire on Christmas Day, 2021. Wow. Boxley's husband testified that he was sleeping when she poured a liquid on him and threw a match. He also claimed that he threw a burning blanket out of the window, but Boxley kept approaching him while hurling matches. At the time of the deadly arson, Boxley was awaiting trial for the 2021 incident involving her husband. In that case, she has pled not guilty to great bodily harm, less than murder, and assault with intent to murder for the attack on her then husband. Pre-trial hearing is scheduled for next month. She seriously looks like something's really crazy. Okay. South Carolina court clerk denies Alex Murdaugh's allegations that she influenced the jury to vote guilty. Oh boy. Let's see what's going on here. Come on, get over there. Okay. South Carolina Attorney General has filed a detailed response to convicted killer Alex Murdaugh's push for a new trial that includes an equally detailed affidavit from the court clerk. The filing notes that arguments from Dick Harpootlian, they always say it, Harpootlian, and Jim Griffin, the Colleton County Court Clerk Rebecca Hill, urged jurors not to be misled by the defense case, fooled by Murdaugh's testimony, and to carefully watch his body language, were nearly identical to comments from prosecutors' own opening statements and closing arguments. Harpootlian and Griffin alleged in September that Hill wrote the book on the case and she pushed jurors to find Murdaugh guilty in the deaths of his wife and son. The jury took less than 3 hours to find Murdaugh gunned down with Maggie Murdaugh and Paul Murdaugh on his family hunting property in June 2021. Paul Murdaugh was awaiting trial at the time in connection with the deadly drunken boat crash in 2019. Several jurors spoke up with the media after the trial, later said it was Murdaugh's own testimony that convinced them of his guilt. Attorney General Alan Wilson's 48-page response calls the defense motion a sweeping conspiratorial theory and adds that not every inappropriate comment made by a member of the court staff to a juror rises to the level of constitutional error. So let's take a look at this. This is the response. Richard Allen Murdaugh was convicted for the murders of his wife Maggie Murdaugh and son Paul Murdaugh by a jury before this court in Carleton County, March 2nd, 2023. The court sentenced Murdaugh to consecutive sentences of life without parole on March 3rd, 2023. After filing a notice of appeal, and during the pendency of that appeal, Murdaugh filed in the Court of Appeals of South Carolina on September 5th, 2023, a motion to suspend appeal and for leave to file a motion for a new trial. On October 17th of 2023, the Court of Appeals granted the request to hold the appeal in abeyance and remanded the matter to this court to permit Murdaugh to file his motion pursuant to Rule 29B, South Carolina Criminal Code. Murdaugh so filed with the Carleton County Clerk of Court on October 27, 2023. Murdaugh broadly claims that he is entitled to a new trial based upon allegations that the court clerk of Carleton County, Becky Hill, improperly attempted to influence the jury's decision. In support of his claim, Murdaugh offers affidavits from one juror who participated in deliberations and one who was removed for dishonestly concealing her own improper communications about the case, and 2 hearsay affidavits from his counsel's paralegal. Murdaugh additionally advances a sweeping conspiratorial theory about wholly irrelevant Facebook posts with scant evidence to support it. The state responds as follows. Hold on, let me get the next page. The law permits, hold on a minute. Where's this note there? There we go. The law permits but skeptically receives motions for new trials based on after discovered evidence, and never does the law permit highly motivated convicts to put their own jury on trial. There can be no doubt that motions of this sort should be received with the utmost caution because, as it is said by a learned judge, there are but few cases tried in which something new may not be hunted up, and also because it tends to perjury. Okay. It would have a mischievous tendency, after all the evidence on the part of the state has been fully disclosed, to allow one, with his life in danger, an opportunity by the assistant of Confederates to procure unprincipled witnesses to contradict the evidence on the part of the state and thereby defeat the ends of justice. Nonetheless, criminal defendants have a right to a fair and impartial jury, and private communications or contact with jurors during a criminal trial about the matter pending before them that may necessitate an evidentiary hearing, and if the defendant can show actual prejudice, a new trial. Okay, so that's, let me get the next page because we don't need to cite all that. Okay. Not every comment by a member of the court staff to a juror rises to the level of constitutional error. Were that the rule, few trials would be constitutionally acceptable. Additionally, jurors are presumed to follow the law as instructed to them, to include instructions of what constitutes proper evidence to consider in deliberations, and such instructions are usually deemed to have cured the erroneous exposure to improper evidence or argument. Where a defendant knows or could have known of a constitutional issue at the time of the trial, the defendant is obliged to timely raise that issue to the court's attention, or else waive it on future appeals. Okay, hang on one second. Let's see if we can just pull this over here so I don't have to keep doing this. Where did you go? Where did you go? Why didn't you just come over here? Alright, let me see if I can just pull this out here. Alright, yeah, I've got it now. Hang on. Why is this here? Okay, and why is this? Hang on. Download. Here we go. Now it'll be better. So quiet. Okay. Where a defendant does not learn of a constitutional violation until after the trial, the defendant is obliged to seek relief within 1 year of the actual discovery of the violation, or when it could have been discovered through reasonable diligence, or within 1 year of the sending of the remediature from appeal. Both the Supreme Court and the Court of Appeals commended the trial court's deft handling. Okay, we don't have to read about that. Let's just go around. Once the jury was selected, the court promptly admonished the original 18 jurors that it is important for you to know that you are not to discuss this case with each other or anyone else, and not to endeavor to find out any information about this case other than what you will see herein the jury in the courtroom. After a break and during the court's preliminary instructions, it again emphasized the importance of not discussing the case and accepting only the evidence presented in the courtroom. Okay, and that's until I tell you that it's time to do so. You cannot discuss this case with anyone, including your fellow jurors. You cannot discuss the case with family, friends, or anyone else. The attorneys in the case, you cannot discuss it with them or any parties or anyone else that might be connected with the case. Should you discover that a fellow juror is violating that oath and that order, you are to bring that to my attention. Now, it's also, and it's vital, that you do not seek information outside of the courtroom during the case. That means you're not to search internet websites, watch television reports, news reports, any other form of social media accounts of the case, because you were sworn to decide this case based on the facts as you determine them to be, and based on the evidence presented in the case, as well as the law as I give it to you. Consistently throughout the trial, and even at points during jury selection, the court reminded and admonished jurors not to discuss the case. The parties made their opening statements on Wednesday, January 25th, 2023. The state, as part of its own opening statement, advised the jury, you're going to see video statements of Alex Murdaugh. You're going to see a body-worn camera of him at the scene when law enforcement arrives, and hear what he says, about that night. You're going to hear 3 recorded statements on video that he gave with law enforcement, and you're going to hear how things progressed about what he says he did that night. Watch those closely. Watch his expressions. Listen to what he's saying. Listen to what he's not saying. Use that common sense. Does this seem right, or does something seem a little off? Does something seem a little off about this? The jurors so complied and were closely attentive throughout the trial. At the end of its initial closing argument, the state implored the jury to not let Murdaugh fool them. This is what he did. This is what he did right here. This defendant, on the other hand, has fooled everyone. Everyone who thought they were close to him. Everyone who thought they knew he was who he was. He's fooled them all. And he fooled Maggie and Paul too. And they paid for it with their lives. Don't let him fool you too. Later, the state, in its final closing argument, returned to the subject of body language while addressing the testimony of Michelle Shelley Smith. Do you think she knew right then? And that's real. That's real. Shelley is real. You saw her. Body language is so important in life. Body language. Mr. Waters was talking about, with the defendant, all of our body language. Did you see Shelley's? The jurors were not fooled. They paid attention to body language and convicted Murdaugh. On Tuesday, February 28, 2023, after the conclusion of the reply examination of Kenny Kinsey, the court initiated an in-camera hearing regarding an email that raised juror concerns. In sum and substance, the email represented that the unidentified author heard from an unidentified coworker that said coworker's landlord was a juror who said Murdaugh was innocent, and that said juror works at the monkey farm. Murdaugh's counsel advised the court to disregard the email as mere noise in a high-profile case, but the state expressed concern about the allegation of a clear violation of the court's instructions to the jury and noted that there were still alternate jurors. Counsel Griffin speculated without support that the email was an orchestrated effort to get the juror removed. The court then informed the parties of its exchange with Clerk Hill, who had evidently learned of the email. The court, okay, after I showed you all this email, we came back here and the clerk came in and asked whether we had heard the same thing about the juror, and we were in the midst of trying to figure out who the juror was that this pertained to, since it did not indicate a juror number. It just said someone who worked at the monkey farm. So the clerk then said that she was reading her Facebook messages over the weekend. Gabby, help me out with the fact. Did she say over the weekend? The law clerk. She said on Friday she was going through her timeline on Facebook and saw the post from this man who was supposed to be the ex-husband. The court. Yeah, ex-husband. The ex-husband of this juror. And his post was that she was discussing the case with various people. I think that's what Becky said. Law clerk. Correct. The court. We asked the clerk, to make a copy or get a copy of the Facebook that she was the post that she was referring to. She came back a little while later and said that it had been deleted by this ex-husband and that she printed out what remains of the post, which was him stating that he posted an ugly post, which he said he deleted. Substance of a Facebook apology post, humorous exchange between Mr. Meadows and Mr. Harpudelan. The court. But the clerk said that she read the post where he was discussing that his ex-wife, the juror, had been discussing the case. Now it was just very curious where we're talking about the email, and the clerk came in and was talking about a Facebook post, and she said the juror works at the monkey farm. I was here trying to figure out what juror works at the monkey farm, and this juror number 785 works at Yamasi, South Carolina, which is the monkey farm. The court. And the clerk said the juror that they were posting about was a juror 785, who works at the monkey farm, and the email referenced the juror who works at the monkey farm. Counsel Griffin suggested bringing in juror 785. The court agreed and noted its desire to also hear from Clerk Hill, who was not present at this time but had mentioned the Facebook post earlier that day. After some discussion by the parties as to appropriate procedure and the desire of the complaint to remain anonymous, as well as other trial procedural matters, the court conducted an in-camera examination of Juror 785 to discuss any conversations that Juror 785 have had with anybody about being on jury duty. As part of a brief discussion about a missive allegedly posted to Facebook by Juror 785's ex-spouse, Juror 785 noted that Clerk Hill had alerted her to the alleged post. The court specifically followed up and asked, "So, has she, Clerk Hill, discussed this case with any of the jurors? Any of the jurors? Has the clerk discussed anything about this case with anyone or on that jury?" Juror: "Not that I'm aware of." Counsel Griffin then suggested then satisfied, accepted Juror 785's explanations and argued he or she remained a competent juror. Upon the state's expressed desire to know the identities of the person who reported the improper conduct to the court again summoned Juror 785 and elicited additional information sufficient to identify the persons with whom the juror allegedly had the improper conversation. Two of Jurors 785's tenants, hereafter referred to as male tenant and female tenant, shortly after 9 p.m. that evening, agents with the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division interviewed them separately and prepared memoranda and recordings reflecting the interviews. On March 1st, 2023, 27th day of the trial, the tenants met with ADAG David Fernandez and DAG Donald Zelenka and executed affidavits consistent with their statements to law enforcement the night before, which stated that Juror 785 had delivered a refrigerator to them on Saturday, February 18, 2023, and briefly discussed this case. After the jury view and the state's initial closing, the court convened another in-camera hearing to review the affidavits and examine Juror 785's tenants. The court asked the male tenant about his affidavit, and the male tenant explained that he offered his opinion about the case to Juror 785, who had discussed their role as a juror while speaking to the female tenant while they were delivering a refrigerator. Juror 785 had replied to the male tenant that she hadn't decided either way because it was kind of early in the case. I guess that she made no decision if he was guilty or if he wasn't guilty. The state then reviewed with the male tenant his affidavit line by line, which he confirmed is accurate. When counsel Harpootlian asked the male tenant to elaborate on line 9 of the affidavit, in which the male tenant recalled that Juror 785 stated that she didn't believe that there was any evidence to make her think that the defendant was guilty at the time. Male tenant expressed that he took her to mean she had not made up her mind. The court next examined the female tenant. The female tenant explained that Juror 785 disclosed while delivering the refrigerator that they were on the jury, which prompted the male tenant to offer his opinion as to Murdaugh's guilt. The female tenant recalled Juror 785 replied, "Well, I can't talk about it." She said, "But as of now, nothing. Reasonable doubt could make me say he's guilty." When pressed by counsel Harpootlian for as direct a restatement as female tenant could muster, female tenant recalled Juror 785 said that she could not, without, a doubt or whatever, say he was guilty. Juror 785 did not explain to female tenant why she had that position. Female tenant reaffirmed her recollection in her affidavit that Juror 785 indicated that she didn't believe there was evidence beyond a shadow of a doubt or beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Murdaugh committed the crimes he is alleged to have committed. After arguments from the attorneys for each of the parties, the court noted that in many cases, typically without any inquiry, this juror would be gone, without anything further. The juror would be gone without any discussion because she's discussing the case and was ordered not to discuss the case. Even if she discussed it for a very short period of time, she's having a discussion. So much so that this person understands that it shouldn't have taken place, and sent this email. The court then summoned Clerk Hill to discuss the supposed Facebook post. Clerk Hill explained to the court that she briefly saw a post the preceding Friday on Walterboro word of mouth, which she attributed to a juror's ex-spouse, which said that he noticed that his ex-wife was saying that she was on the jury and saying stuff about how her verdict was going to be, and that he was the ex-husband, but she was known for talking way too much. And then I just kept on scrolling because that was enough for me. I've gotten enough. Clerk Hill figured the best The Post referred to Juror 785 and alerted the court after learning the court had received an email the following Monday. When Clerk Hill tried to find the Post again at the court's directive, she could not, but she found another post by another account with the ex-spouse's name that apologized for deleting a post while drunk and possessed by Satan. After some discussion about the feasibility of finding the devil-afflicted suspected ex-husband, the court asked if the parties wished to locate him. Counsel Harpootlian was clearly declined. Very clearly declined. I think not, Judge. I think if you would just accommodate me, bring Juror 785 in, ask them about the specifics of the conversation. If Juror 785 says yes, I'll have no complaints whatsoever. The court complied with Counsel Harpootlian's request, again summoned Juror 785, informed them the court had met with the tenants and asked if the juror could recall anything further about the conversation. Juror 785 acknowledged delivering the refrigerator and that the tenants had expressed opinions to her about the trial, but denied expressing any of the jurors' thoughts to the tenants. After discussing Juror 785's ruse to claim they were in Facebook jail during trial and irrelevant particulars of their employment, Counsel Harpootlian astutely observed the Juror 785 placed their spouse at the scene of the conversation.
Carolyn, I
Yes.
don't want to interrupt you, but I'm going to go take my bath, so.
Okay, all right.
Okay,
All
all right.
Have a
Love
good
you
day.
guys.
Love
Love
you.
you.
All right, bye. Love you. Juror 785 called their spouse, put them on speaker. I was waiting for her to say, Carolyn, I don't mean to interrupt you, but you've been on mute for the last hour. Nobody's heard a word you said. I was waiting for that one. Oh my gosh. Okay, sorry. I'm just trying to pull up the chat so I can at least see that. I'll wait till that goes. Okay. Juror 785 called their spouse and put them on speaker, and upon a brief examination by the court, Juror 785's spouse said, it's the ex-spouse, isn't it? The juror was talking with my tenant's girlfriend, I think. And I know they talked about the trial, but I don't know to what extent, if you know what I mean. The spouse further explained, nobody was saying, guilty or innocent, but they were talking about some of the facts that had come out in the case. Either way, the spouse also acknowledged talking if there was any excitement in Juror 785's day each evening, but they did not talk details. Finally, the court granted Counsel Harpootlian the opportunity to confront Juror 785 directly with their tenants' affidavits, which the juror denied as inaccurate. Once Juror 785 was excused, hold on a minute, finally opened up so I can get my thing. Okay, was excused, and after a very brief discussion of the witnesses' counsel, Harpootlian declared, I'm not going to argue anymore about this. I'm going to defer. It's your call, your judgment. Your Honor, I'm not going to argue with whatever you do. Okay. Hold on, I'm just trying to make sure of something. Okay, good. The following morning, March 2nd, 2023, after reviewing the video recordings of the interviews of the tenants, the court excused Juror 785 from service for offering her opinion regarding evidence received up to the point of and during the conversations with the tenants. Counsel Harpootlian affirmatively declined to take any exception to the ruling. Juror 785 was summoned to the courtroom, advised of the court's ruling, and upon inquiry about a conversation this morning with Miss Becky, the court emphasized its ruling had nothing to do with anything brought up about the juror's ex-spouse. Juror 785's possessions, to include a dozen eggs, were retrieved from the jury room, and Juror 254 was promoted from alternate to the panel. The jury, which never deliberated with Juror 785, or alternate, Juror 741, convicted Murdaugh of killing his wife and son. Upon inquiry by the court counsel, Harpootlian requested the jury be individually polled. The court so polled, and each individual juror affirmed guilty, was their verdict, and remained their verdict. Less than 1 week later, Attorney Joe McCulloch represented to media that Juror 785 did not wish to speak publicly about the case and did not wish to be contacted. Rachel Sharp, infamous egg juror in Alex Murdaugh's murder trial, asked to be left alone. The Independent, March 8, 2023. At some point unknown to the state, McCulloch also assumed representation of Juror 630, and so represents each of the jurors who have provided affidavits to Murdaugh. In support of his motion, Murdaugh provides various affidavits which are deficient under the South Carolina Rules of Evidence. Notwithstanding any effort by the state to grapple with the affidavits in the arguments in Section 4 and 5 below, the state must respectfully move to strike portions of Murdaugh's motion for a new trial as follows. A. The state moves to strike as inadmissible hearsay the affidavits of paralegal Holly Miller. In support of his motion, Murdaugh provides two affidavits from counsel, Harpootlian's paralegal Holly Miller, which largely purport to reflect statements made to or otherwise in her presence by two jurors, Juror 741 and Juror 326. Hearsay is a statement, other than one made by the declarant while testifying at the trial or hearing, offered in evidence to prove the truth of the matter asserted. Hearsay is not admissible. An affidavit from Miller is not tantamount to an affidavit from the juror themselves and constitutes textbook hearsay. Accordingly, the state moves to strike in part as inadmissible hearsay a motion for a new trial, Exhibit B, at lines 4 through 11, Exhibit J, at lines 2 through 9, and any such part of the motion that relies thereon. B. The state moves to strike as inadmissible under Rule 606B, SCRE, all such material as regards internal functions and deliberations of the jury. In support of his motion, Murdaugh provides four affidavits which purport to reflect statements made by jurors which in part pertain only to juror mental processes and interactions with one another. As previously noted, jurors may neither testify nor may the court accept affidavits which pertain to any matter or statement occurring during the course of the jury's deliberations or to the effect of anything upon that or another juror's mind or emotions. Accepting claims of outside influence or extraneous outside information. Denying without a hearing a defendant's motion for a new trial and refusing requested inquiries as prohibited by Rule 606 because they would cause jurors to reveal the subject matter of their deliberations. Remarks in the affidavits regarding jurors' thoughts about the evidence or one another are not properly admissible or even relevant to the ultimate claim raised. Accordingly, the state moves to strike in part as improper jury testimony motion for a new trial, Exhibit A, at lines 4 through 6, Exhibit B, lines 7, 8, and 10, Exhibit H, at lines 14 to 15, Exhibit J, at lines 5 through 7, and any such part of the motion that relies thereon. The state moves to strike all such material as regards Murdaugh's claims regarding the Facebook post, book deal, and post-trial media interactions as immaterial, impertinent, and scandalous. The greater part of Murdaugh's motion is dedicated to an outlandish theory that Clerk Hill deliberately fabricated the existence of a Facebook post implicating juror 785 in order to get them removed from the jury. force an outcome and thereby profit from fame and fortune. To be clear, in an attached affidavit, Clerk Hill affirms that she made no such deliberate fabrication, and she denies fabricating any Facebook post. Indeed, the machinations alleged do not even begin to make sense. Under Murdaugh's theory, Clerk Hill heard the court had received an email which implicated a specific juror. Then, in immediate response on the fly, reported a fictitious Facebook post to implicate that same juror. Then, conspired with another staffer to quickly and by sheer coincidence be lucky enough to find an apologetic post by someone with the same name as the juror's spouse, which she then reported to the court in an effort to get an uncertain juror removed so as to ensure some outcome that would support a book deal she did not at the time have. Only Alex Murdaugh could conceive of such a confounded gambit as even remotely plausible, and he is projecting his own calculating, manipulative psyche onto a dedicated public servant in an effort to save himself. Strategically, Murdaugh's inclusion of the Facebook post narrative appears to be a desperate effort by Murdaugh to preemptively impeach Clerk Hill, to bring into dispute irrelevant facts in order to support his petition for a writ of prohibition pending in the Supreme Court of South Carolina, and to beef up what would otherwise be a thin, blandly legal filing, not likely to draw the attention to the various media efforts of his legal team. Whatever Murdaugh's motivation, the court expressly did not rely on the alleged Facebook post in removing Juror 785. Therefore, whether Clerk Hill saw the alleged post, is mistaken as to the alleged post, or even fabricated it, is of no consequence to the validity of Murdaugh's conviction or the actual claim raised by Murdaugh of improper external influence upon the jury. Accordingly, the state moves to strike entirely motion for a new trial E, F, G, and L, and moves to strike in part motion for a new trial Exhibit H at lines 3 through 9, 13, and 17 to 21, and any such part of the motion that relies thereon. Although Murdaugh's motion for a new trial makes various allegations as part of its attempt to craft a breathtaking conspiracy narrative, it ultimately boils down to a single constitutional allegation. Clerk Hill told jurors not to believe defendant, thereby violating his right to an impartial jury. Okay, we know where this is going. They're going to say, no big deal because the prosecutors already said that. Accordingly, even if the state assumes that all of the competent elements of the affidavits provided are earnestly given, the relevant analysis is, as demonstrated by the questioning in State v. Green, was the juror's verdict guilty? Was the juror's verdict based on the evidence presented? Was the juror's verdict influenced the alleged outside communication? Did the juror have any communications about the case outside of deliberations with the jury? All of the other details are irrelevant window dressing. Only one juror who participated in the deliberations, Juror 630, ties to Clerk Hill any statements remotely consistent with Murdaugh's allegation of improper external influence. Not to be fooled. Watch him closely. Look at his actions and look at his movements. Even assuming for the sake of argument that Juror 630's recollections is accurate and that he or she are not misremembering arguments expressly made by the state, Juror 630 does not attribute their verdict to be the statements of Clerk Hill, but rather avers that he or she voted guilty despite some questions because Juror 630 felt pressured by the other jurors. See motion for new trial, Exhibit A at line 10, that a juror felt pressured by other jurors is not a valid basis to impeach a verdict. Okay. Murdaugh offers an affidavit which purports to represent statements made by Juror 326, although the affidavit is that counsel Harpootlian's paralegal Holly Miller. Nor does Juror 630's complaint of feeling pressured by the other jurors constitute evidence that he or she or any other juror voted to convict because they were influenced by comments they allegedly heard from Clerk Hill. Even if the state accepts that Miller's affidavit is the equivalent of an affidavit from Juror 326 themselves, it is unavailing to Murdaugh. Juror 326 contradicts Juror 630 and recalled no such comments by Clerk Hill regarding Murdaugh's credibility. What Juror 326 did recall was a warning that the jurors would witness disturbing images, which is neutral trigger warning, and not one which puts a thumb on the scales of justice to be sure the jurors did review disturbing images. No affidavit attached to Murdaugh's motion from or about a deliberating juror shows any effect on the verdict, even including Juror 630. Nothing else offered by Murdaugh helps meet this burden. Neither Juror 785 nor 741 participated in deliberations and thus cannot aver that their deliberations were influenced. Absent any representation that a deliberative juror's decision that Murdaugh was guilty was actually influenced by the improper communications alleged, Murdaugh has failed to make the prima facie showing necessary to justify so much as an evidentiary hearing, let alone a new trial. Accordingly, Murdaugh's motion for a new trial should be summarily denied. Argument 2. Should the court deem an evidentiary hearing necessary, the state expects the material allegations will be shown to be not credible. In the alternative, in the event the court concludes Murdaugh has made a showing sufficient to necessitate an evidentiary hearing in this matter, the state expects that sworn testimony to the court will prove the allegations to be unfounded and not credible. Since Murdaugh's filing in the South Carolina Court of Appeals, agents with the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division have successfully interviewed most of the jurors and the final alternate juror. One juror declined to discuss the case or deliberations, and 2 jurors are represented by attorney Joe McCullough, who at the time of this writing has yet to consent to an unconditional interview with his clients. Clerk Hill denies commenting to the jury regarding Murdaugh's defense or testimony. Upon information and belief, SLED's investigation into the allegations of jury tampering produced the following answers from the jurors who deliberated. Juror number 193, did you hear remarks of evidence by Clerk Hill? No. Maybe generally pay attention. And other concerns, if anything, people were overly cautious, they said. Juror 254 said she heard watch Murdaugh's body language. Juror 326 said they heard remarks by Clerk Hill saying no graphic material warning. Chats by the Clerk Hill with jurors, they saw a chat regarding financial child support. Juror 544 says no, generally pay attention, look at body language and be observant. 572, no. 578, declined to discuss. 589, no. Juror 630, no interview. 729 says no, generally pay attention, heard no body language comments. Yes, they had a chat regarding financial child support, saw the clerk chat with others. Redacted statements, okay. In addition to the jurors SLED interviewed court staff, juror coordinator Willard Polk Jr. reported that he was the interface between the jurors and the court and did not hear Clerk Hill or any other person attempt to influence the jurors. No other court staff witnessed any external influence on the jury. Altogether, the allegations raised in the affidavits provided by Murdoch can be explained as a combination of simple mistakes and, unfortunately, a non-credible affiant. As noted previously, a brief review of the record reflects that the verbiage Juror 630 recalled is, as Juror 864 noted, more properly attributable to arguments of the state. The state argued to the jury to not be fooled by Murdaugh. The state advised the jury to watch Murdaugh closely in the context of his video recorded statements, and the state emphasized the importance of body language. Juror 785, purportedly the landlord to Juror 630, was removed from the jury after the court determined he or she improperly conversed about the case with other tenants during trial, in contravention of the court's dozens of admonitions not to do so. Juror 785 only recalled the fooled by language, which was actually articulated by the state in its closing argument the day before Juror 785 was dismissed. But most importantly, the court specifically asked Juror 785 during the in-camera hearing if Clerk Hill had discussed the case with her or any other jurors to her knowledge, and Juror 785 replied, "Not that I'm aware of." It strains credulity to believe that Juror 785 would be aware of Clerk Hill's supposed statements when, specifically asked by the court at a time proximate to when they were allegedly made, but would suddenly recall them many months later after learning Clerk Hill published a book. The remainder of Juror 785's affidavit reports incredible one-on-one conversations with Clerk Hill, which, aside from Juror 785's inconsistent but more credible denial to the court, pertained only to the wholly irrelevant Facebook post. Finally, contrary to Juror 785's affidavit in support of the motion for a new trial, the tenants of Juror 785 affirmed the statements they made in their affidavits at trial and in camera testimony. Alternate Juror 741 would not sign an affidavit as requested by Murdoch's counsels, and was evidently reluctant to do so. Juror 741 told SLED investigators that Clerk Hill told the jurors that the defense is about to do their side, and don't let them confuse or convince you. They may say things to confuse you. However, neither Juror 630 nor Juror 785 clearly corroborate Juror 741's recollection, and no other juror even comes close to doing so. Juror 741 told SLED that she was aware that Clerk Hill wrote critically of her attentiveness during the trial, and additionally noted that Clerk Hill told her after trial that no members of the media wished to speak with her. The greater weight of anticipated juror and court staff testimony is that Clerk Hill made no materially improper comments to the jury. The state has found no juror who will aver that anything Clerk Hill said or did influenced their verdict. The court clearly instructed jurors to consider only the competent evidence presented to them and to apply the law as the court gave it to them. The jury presumptively and affirmatively did so. Each individual juror reaffirmed their verdict when polled by the court, and none reported any influence from any court staff. "Oh, Kevin, we forgot to do our word cookies last night, and I was supposed to do it today, and we didn't do it, so we missed it." Great. The court's instructions to consider only the competent evidence and individual polling procedure after the verdict was returned served to disabuse jurors of any misconceptions which may have developed over the weeks-long trial and cure any errors which may have otherwise resulted. Conclusion. Wherefore, the state respectfully requests that this court summarily deny Murdaugh's motion for a new trial, or, barring that, convene an evidentiary hearing consistent with that conducted in State versus Green, and upon hearing the testimony of the jurors and witnesses presented, find Murdaugh's allegations to be not credible and deny his motion for a new trial. Respectfully submitted. On the 6th of November. Here's Rebecca Hill's affidavit. And here's what she says. I am over the age of 18. Yeah. Affidavit is blah, 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 blah. After being elected in 2020, I have served as the clerk of the court in Carleton County. I was the elected clerk of the court for Carleton County during the case of the state of South Carolina versus Richard Alexander Murdaugh. I have reviewed Mr. Murdaugh's motion for a new trial filed October 27th, 2023. As to the allegations contained within the affidavit of juror number 630, I did not tell the jury not to be fooled by evidence presented by Mr. Murdaugh's attorneys. I did not instruct the jury to watch him closely. I did not instruct the jury to look at his actions. I did not instruct the jury to look at his movements. I did not say to the jury, this shouldn't take us long. When juror 826 asked to speak with me, the conversations took place in the jury room hall within earshot of the bailiff, Bill Polk. The conversations did not involve the evidence, witnesses, or substance of the trial. As to allegations within the affidavit of Holly Miller discussing an alleged conversation with juror 741, I did not have private conversations with juror 826 in the bathroom. My conversations with juror 826 did not involve the evidence, witnesses, or substance of the trial. During the trial, I did not tell members of the jury that the media would want to interview them at the end of the trial. During the trial, I did not hand out business cards of media personnel. I did not tell jurors, y'all are going to hear things that will throw you all off. Don't let this distract or mislead you. As to the allegations within the affidavit of juror 785, I did not tell jurors not to be fooled by the evidence presented by Alex Murdaugh's attorneys. I did not ask juror 785 whether juror 785 was inclined to vote guilty or not guilty. I did not tell juror 785 that SLED and Carleton County Sheriff's Office personnel went to her ex-husband's house. I did not tell juror 785 that I would reinstate a restraining order against her ex-husband. I did not state to juror 785 that the Murdaughs probably got to him. I did not ask juror 785 about her opinions regarding Mr. Murdaugh's guilt. I did not ask juror 785, well, what makes you think he's guilty? I did not discuss the evidence presented at trial with juror 785. I did not tell juror 785 that everything that Mr. Murdaugh said had been lies. I did not tell juror 785 to forget about the guns. They will never be seen again. I did not tell juror 785 about the views of the rest of the jury. I did not tell juror 785 that if the foreperson would just go in and ask for a raise of hands, this would be over and done with. I did not inform juror 785 that everyone needs to be on the same page. I did not fabricate, nor did I create any Facebook post relating to juror 785. As to the allegations within the affidavit of Holly Miller discussing an alleged conversation with juror number 326, I did not tell jurors they were prohibited from taking a smoke break during deliberations. Okay, here's a juror right here. Number 193 said, no, I was not coerced to give my verdict. I came to the decision on my own free will. No, I did not feel anything was said to influence my decision making. I did not witness any private conversations pertaining to the trial and was not approached by anyone. I did not witness any jurors speak privately about the trial. I did not feel pressured to come to a quick verdict or that I was required to reach a verdict in a certain time frame. I have not spoken to the defense team. To my knowledge, no juror attempted to begin deliberation early. Juror number 254. This was my first time as a juror, and I found that this experience was very rewarding as a civic duty. During the time, we as a jury were treated with respect and received anything that we requested. The only time that I had interactions with anyone was through the bailiff. Other than one time when we as a jury were waiting to go into the courtroom and a comment was made to watch his body language. At that time, I didn't take it any way other than to watch his body language. That comment didn't persuade me of the decision that I ultimately made during deliberations. I believe that my interaction with Mrs. Hill, the court clerk, was limited to information from the judge or about important events such as graphic material or how long of a break we would get. I do not believe she acted outside her role as a court clerk and acted in a very professional manner. I did not at any point feel pressured to make a decision. Throughout the trial, nor did anyone attempt to sway my decision by any means of communication. At no point in time throughout the trial did anyone attempt to have a one-on-one conversation with me for any purpose regarding the trial. To the best of my knowledge, here was no court official or employee that questioned myself or other jurors regarding the trial or its outcome. To this date, I have not been contacted by the defense regarding the new allegations or other topics. Throughout the trial, I did not observe anything that I perceived to be unethical by any court employee. While on the jury, Miss Hill never made me feel as though she was trying to sway me either way, innocent or guilty. Miss Hill spoke to us as a group in regards to what type of things we would like for snacks, breakfast, and lunch. Miss Hill mentioned if we were sequestered that we would be staying at a hotel, and we would be given time to gather our things to stay at the hotel. She also stated that an agent or officer would be with us the entire time. I felt she stated this to us as trying to keep us informed of what may or could happen. I was never made to feel pressured to say or do anything by anyone, court employees or co-jurors. I never witnessed any jurors going into a room alone with Miss Hill. No, I was not coerced to give any answers. My decision was of my own. No court employee influenced my decision. I did not have any private conversations other than myself talking to Mrs. Becky Hill about me not using the stairs because of my knee injury. I did not witness any private conversations amongst the other jurors. I did not hear or witness anyone or any court official stating to us, the jurors, that we should not listen to the witnesses or shouldn't take long, etc. No one made me feel that I had to arrive to a quick verdict, and I didn't. I or the jurors would not be able to leave. No one from the defense team ever reached out to me pertaining to the Murdaugh trial. Myra, the juror that was ejected from the trial, stated one morning on the van that her husband told her we were going to Moselle And we told her, no discussions. Can't even read this one, it's too dark. I was a member of the jury. When we would go back to the jury room, people would go to the rooms where they wanted to go to get at. Most of them stayed in the same rooms from the beginning. Miss Hill would come in periodically to see if we needed anything and cater to us. I did not feel rushed at any point to make any decision. Question: did Miss Hill ask questions about your opinion? Answer: no, she did not. Question: did Miss Hill pressure you to speak to? Answer: I felt no pressure to speak to. I had my mind made up. During the 6-week trial, I found that with 2 different rooms, there would be a lot of gossip between strangers. Each room was filled with men and women. The room I was in was a quiet room, while the other room was louder and filled with conversations of work and private life. I spoke with Becky Hill on a couple of occasions about my financial burden and that I needed to speak with the judge. Smoke breaks once a day, sometimes more. She did come speak to others, but I didn't hear the conversations. During the trial, I had a very uncomfortable feeling as the defense attorney would wave the gun agenda as if he has never held one before. During our smoke breaks, we would talk about lunch or what we were missing at work. There was always something to talk about or someone to talk about. After 6 weeks, it's come time for deliberation. Everyone took an anonymous vote, followed by open discussion and questions. It was fast and smooth. I felt no pressure. I was set in my decision. After everyone discussed our thoughts, we voted again. Every vote came back guilty. We checked multiple times to see if all were comfortable with the decision. If we needed to wait, we would have. On the day of sentencing, we were approached by Dateline, and Miss Hill was asked if we wanted to do an interview, and we told her no. She seemed disappointed, but let it go. Did you ever hear anyone tell the jury not to be misled or fooled by evidence presented in the Murdaugh's defense? Answer: I did not hear anyone say not to be misled or fooled by the evidence. Did Miss Hill ever ask you your opinion in regard to the trial? No, I did not have conversations with Miss Hill like that during the trial. Did you ever feel pressured to make decisions prior to deliberation? At no point during the trial did I feel pressured to make my decision. Okay, this is easy. No, 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 no. No one pressured me to make my decision of guilty. No one intervened, influenced me to make any decision, or said anything to cause me to come to a guilty verdict. I did not. I don't even know. Anyone having a private conversation about this case. I was not would be able to leave until I made a decision. No one from the defense ever called or came by my house. I did hear Mira say we are going to Moselle. I do not have any personal knowledge of any contact between Rebecca Hill and the jury during the Murdaugh trial. My job as deputy clerk was mainly to gather lunch orders and deliver lunch to the jury and others. I personally had no contact with the jurors other than delivering their lunch and making sure they had what they ordered. I spent the majority of my time in my office in family court, and I had no contact with the trial or any matters pertaining to the trial. I did not observe Miss Hill or any other court employee speak with any jurors during the course of the Murdaugh trial except the bailiff that was assigned to them. I was asked to look through social media for a post regarding a juror speaking out. None was found. An apology post that may or may not have been associated with was located and given to Miss Hill. During the Alex Murdaugh trial, I served as the jury coordinator. My responsibilities consisted mainly as being the primary interface between the jurors and court officials, like any medical or personal issues, etc. In my jury coordinator position, I did not personally hear anyone interface with and try to influence the jurors. I did not hear the clerk of court, Rebecca Hill, try to influence the jurors. My jury responsibilities kept me busy, and I didn't hear anyone try to influence them. This trial was very important for Alex Murdaugh and the Colton County Courthouse, so I tried to keep everything professional and problem-free. The jurors became like family because together for 6 weeks I have not seen or talked to any of the jurors since the trial. Okay, this is all question and answer. My job during the Murdaugh trial was to control the gallery and sending them and lawyers and press in the proper place during trial, seating them. I, in no circumstances, seen anything inappropriate by Becky Hill. All I witnessed was the clerk of court performing her normal duties as a clerk. The end. The end. So, deleted mystery note. Detective testifies on accused killer Caitlin Armstrong. Note found in phone. We went over that last night. Tiger King star Doc Antle admits to wildlife trafficking and money laundering. Guilty. Okay. 12-year-old boy from Pennsylvania found safe. Great, that's good news. Boy, so cute, he reminds me of somebody. Okay, so that looks like, let me see. It looks like it's probably word cookie time because we missed out last night. And I said I was going to come out early today, but then again, nobody reminded me. Thank you, Deborah. You're welcome. My community theater? Yes, Elizabeth. How did you know? No, after reading that, Elizabeth, you've got to have a little fun, right? It's too much. Are they going to fault me for having a little fun? I hope not. Okay, so let's see. Al's gone to bed. Scooter's in the bathtub. Sharon is asleep. Margot's asleep. Buggy's asleep. And Linda's asleep.
I am not asleep. Huh,
Neither am I.
there you
Okay.
go.
All right. So we forgot the word cookies. And so we're going to do it now. I missed the daily puzzle yesterday. Okay, Elizabeth. You got to, right? No, it's too much. I have to work on more voices.
Good
I
job.
have to get a voice changer.
Get-
I'm supposed to already have one, but you know. Okay, let me get this word cookie over here. Come on, word cookie. Get over there. Get over. Stop. Yeah, I know. Got to. Yeah, my voice changer. Okay, I don't care about that right now. Let's go to, I mean, I can go to the daily over here. I think that's so great that I can do that. Never knew that before. Golf, okay. Gleeful. Okay. F. Okay. And then let's see. Not gel. Thoughtful, Beth. Did glue. Glee. Glee. There it is. Thank you. There it is. Oh, I don't want 2 times the reward. Why did I just do that? No. No, no, no. Now I'm stuck on this. Alright, now I'm going to get 2 times the reward. It's okay. In the meantime, I'll look at what you were saying. Hi, Amanda Love. I missed you coming in. Hi, Judy. Judy. Judy, you weren't the Judy. I know you weren't because you've been around a long time. Get a snack, sis Sassy. I know. I should have something I deserve. Okay. Okay. Alright, let's see where I am, if I'm close to an advancement. I don't know where I am at. I don't think I'm close to an advancement. I'm not sure. Let's see what's happening. Oh, I'm not too far. I don't know. We'll see. I'm debating if I have to go on a trip tomorrow, but I don't know. I don't think I want to. I have to get so much billing done. It's not right. Okay, hold on a minute. For some reason, it took my chat away. There's my chat. Okay. There's no N. That's a H. Tire. Shoot. Hold on a minute. Stop that. It's not what I want. Oh my gosh, it won't go where I want it to. Not even there. Oh, rebirth. Okay. Yeah. Good. Very good. You already did that? Huh. Okay. Herb. Yes. Very good. Let's see. Oh, bite. And how about he's a biter? Stay away from him, he's a biter. Gosh, we're just down to one now. That's great. Ire. There we go. Ire. Ire. This reminds me of that cartoon with some guy. He's from Ireland or something, and he's really angry. What is that? Is that cartoon? Ire. Weird thing. I remember the guy. He's a cartoon. He's got red hair. He's really angry. No, it's not in Popeye. Ire. Angry. Angry. I can't remember. Why is that not a word? I suppose that we're going to get in trouble now. What's a word? I thought I did question Kevin. No. Suet. Trees, tree, tree, and trees. Okay. Rust. User. You. User. Steer. Okay. Reset. Okay. I did see her. I know I did see her. Where is it? It's an extra word. I tried Suet, it's not there. No request. Hi, Diabolical Debbie. Reuse. Yay, we did it, Rosemary. Rosemary. Yay. Pick me a cake as fast as you can. Roland, pat it, mark it with a B. Put in the oven for baby and me. Okay, forget that. Fine. Try one more level. Okay. Oh boy. What do we do here? Hard. Futile. Truth. Surf and turf. Yeah, good. Ultra. Yay, we got that. Rosemary, 15. Okay, hiccups. Rob. I have R. Just put a year there, yeah. Okay. And robe. Baroque. Very good. Baroque. I might just work on to the advancement. I don't know, I might get an advancement, I might just work on. Heart made wise, haven't seen you in a long time. How are you? My goodness. Ice. Ice, ice, baby. I always forget that one. Mother? Mother? Please have some more. Okay. I'm holding up over here. Violently Archer, okay. I'm gonna do my advancement. I'm almost there. Kevin would say, you're not almost there. You got 2 levels to do. I could do this very quickly with your help. No, I don't want to get you. I want to go back to my game. Thank you very much. I want to go stop. Maxine, okay. Okay, one more now. I can do the advancement and go to bed, right? All right, get out of here. Get out of here. Thank you. Cheetah. Okay. 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 Ache. All right. Hatch. All right. How about T? How about T? How about how about I did that. Hold on a minute. What am I doing? Can't do that. I gotta do. Etch. I was there cutting there right now. I would be right. Which is too late. This is hard, Rosemary. It wasn't too hard for us at all. And now we're gonna have an advancement. Yay! And I've always got to play the first round of the advancement, and then we can stop. And we missed out last night. How silly of us. Best chef. Yay. You know. Oh gosh, I can't even see your chat because this thing is in the way. Get out of here. I don't know where you guys went. I lost you guys now. There you are. Google. Okay. Slog? Uh-oh. Slog. What's that? Okay. There you go, that's right. Alright, we did it. Oh, we did it. Okay. Now we can leave in good faith. Do I have to open a new Zoom? I do, right? I do.
Yes, you do.
Yeah.
I'm leaving the meeting. Why am I leaving the meeting? That was silly. Alright, I might as well just go now. I'll see you guys later. I love you guys. God bless. Prayers for all. Thank you for being with me. Bye. Have a good night. Be good. Prayers for Scooter. Love you guys. God bless. Prayers.